Conference, Ambassador Christoph Heusker.
Good morning, everyone. I see a few empty seats. I think 3 days of Munich conference have exhausted many. But I welcome everybody who has survived the last night's kicker cup of the Munich Security Conference, survived the fantastic dinner that the state of Bavaria was offering to the conference, but also the many very, very interesting discussions we had yesterday during the day. Today, on the last day, we want to concentrate on Europe, Europe in the world. We have heard a lot about the expectations on Europe and what Europe is supposed to do and what is expected from it. So we'll talk today also about EU enlargement, EU competitiveness. We talk about a topic that has been on the agenda for many years, for too many years, and this is EU accession by the Balkan countries. We talk about new solutions in a polarized century. We will start with a discussion about Europe 50 years after Helsinki. And those who have lived through this, and I worked with Foreign Minister Genscher at the time, where so much hope was put on Helsinki that it would bring freedom, liberty, the right to choose its destination in Europe 50 years ago. And we are here 50 years later and wonder, has Helsinki ended? Is it a moment, as Kaja Kallas last night said about Munich, are we living in a rerun of Munich 1938? These are questions, very important questions, questions we have to deal with. And I'm very happy that Jamil Anderlini from Politico will kick us off today. Thank you very much, and thanks for attending also this morning's conference.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I'm Jamil Anderlini. I am the Regional Director for Politico in Europe. I oversee all of our coverage in this part of the world. I'm really pleased, honored, grateful to be here to moderate this session. It couldn't be more timely, couldn't be a more important moment. Every year I come to Munich Security Conference and the news is somewhat overwhelming. This year, no exception. I'd like to invite to the stage my panelists, brilliant panel of Alexander Stubb, President of Finland first, old friend. Edgar Zrinkovic is the President of Latvia. Kristian Frostadottir is the Prime Minister of Iceland, please. And Andrej Plenković is the Prime Minister of Croatia. One of the things I really enjoy about the Munich Security Conference is the audience participation and the ease with which I can moderate, because I can make you do at least half the work. I will start off with asking some of my own questions to the panel. And once I turn it to the audience, I would just like to remind everyone, this is not the moment for grandstanding. This is not the moment for long speeches. This is the moment for questions. You have an amazing panel up here of world leaders, very important countries, small but important, mighty, small but mighty countries. And I would really encourage you, when it comes time for questions from the audience, to take advantage of this opportunity rather than take advantage to make a speech. That would be my request. Thank you very much. So we have here on the stage four of the more resolute members, I would argue, of NATO. I think, so in my career as a foreign correspondent, I always looked for the ambassadors of countries like Finland, Croatia, Iceland, and Latvia. Because what I found about countries and ambassadors from these countries and the various places I've been posted is that they are always at the table, usually at the table, but they don't have to do the kind of grandstanding that I was mentioning earlier necessarily, because they are looking after the interests of their nation, but they can also observe and they can analyze in a way that isn't restricted in the way that some of the larger countries are. So I'm really very pleased to be here. We framed this panel around the Helsinki Final Act, which I have to be honest, I did have to chat GPT a little bit and go back and really look through the history of this. It was before I was born, so let's just be clear. But I think that's a really interesting and valuable lens for us to look at the moment we're in now. From my understanding, maybe others are, I'm sure, more expert on the matter, but my understanding is it was seen as a win for the Soviet Union at the time, but laid the groundwork eventually for the fall of the Soviet Union. It was Gerald Ford and Leonid Brezhnev meeting in Helsinki. They both stayed in the hotel that we often go to every summer. There's a wonderful conference that President and I often attend in Helsinki, and they both stayed in that hotel. But I was sort of reflecting and thinking, God, isn't it amazing? We're in a moment where we're sort of nostalgic for Leonid Brezhnev. That we're thinking about Putin today and then Brezhnev then, and thinking, gosh, wouldn't it be perhaps great if we could go back to that sort of willingness to look to the West. What do you think that Helsinki Final Act, speaking as the President of Finland, has as a lesson for us today?
Well, I mean, many lessons, but let me begin. Finnish presidents don't very often quote communist leaders, but I think that Vladimir Lenin was more or less right when he said that there are decades when nothing happens, and then there are weeks when decades happen. And going back to Christoph's point, is this sort of Munich 2.0? I don't think so. I actually think that the juxtaposition or the tension here is between two cities, Yalta and Helsinki. And of course, Yalta was pretty much exactly 80 years ago. And that was a carve-up by big powers, the United Kingdom, the United States, and the Soviet Union. So Churchill, Roosevelt, and Stalin. And it was a European security structure based on spheres of interest. And of course, with that also, we ended up having the United Nations later on with a Security Council with 5 permanent members with a veto power. Now, I think the choice that we have today is between Yalta and Helsinki, because Helsinki was pretty much about 10 points of the way in which states should deal with each other, behave with each other, and also their citizens. I don't think the Soviets saw it as a victory for them at the time, but it was important to get them to the table. So my argument would be, of course, coming from a fairly small state, with 1,340 kilometers of a border with an essentially imperialist power, that we should have more Helsinki and less Yalta. Because I still believe that what was cemented in the UN and in Helsinki are the 3 key principles of statehood, which are independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity. And right now we need to focus on that part, and I hope we could revive the spirit of Helsinki, which is 50 years old pretty much in August, but we'll see what happens. It's a big moment.
It is a big moment. Thank you. That's a wonderful way to frame it. We're at this moment choosing between Helsinki and Yalta. President, we've been listening to the Vice President of the United States here just 2 days ago, and then the responses from Germany and from other European countries, and the analysis that Politico journalists and others have been writing. If you were to analyze, based on the last couple of days, whether we're in a Yalta moment or a Helsinki moment, or what is more likely at the moment, what would you say?
Well, first of all, Indeed, we are talking about 50 years of Helsinki, but actually it's also 80 years of Yalta. So it's a kind of interesting double anniversary in 2025. I just want to start to respond to one of your initial remarks and then to go to the question. You said that at some point one can probably feel nostalgic for Leonid Brezhnev. Frankly, in Latvia we do not feel nostalgic for Leonid Brezhnev, neither Mr. Putin nor anyone else. And you know, Helsinki had a real meaningful impact on the independence or so-called awakening movement back in Latvia, because our first human rights group that was fighting for independence of Latvia was established in 1986, and it was called Helsinki 86. So there is very, very strong affiliation for the spirit of Helsinki when it came to democracy, human rights. And indeed, probably at some point back in 1975, there was a feeling that this final act that has been signed in Helsinki was more to the benefit of the Soviet Union, because it was also talking about the borders that are not going to be changed. But then the Baltic states, Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania were never recognized by the world as part of the Soviet Union. So where we are now, and what kind of moment? Frankly, I think that to some extent we simply, at this point, should cool down, to take a deep breath, to think about what has happened here. We do have a very emotional situation at this point, because indeed we see that there are very strong statements coming from the United States. We see that there are very strong statements coming also from some of our European friends and allies. We do understand that Germany is currently also in the final phase of elections, and we will see how it plays out next Sunday. But my advice at this point would be to concentrate more on what we should do. Unfortunately, since February 2022, we are talking a lot about the need to increase defense spending, to increase our defense capabilities. Many things have happened, but let's be frank, we are in a situation where our capabilities are not enough. And if we really want to be a serious partner for the United States, or a serious challenger to Putin's ambitions, then it's about doing real things. I'm afraid that after a couple of days, after strong statements, we will somehow relax. We will relax again, and we will go back to the business as usual. So I do believe we need some time. We need to digest. But Munich is also a good, this conference, and the city is good, not what happened here in 1938. Munich is also good to have an open, honest conversation. Vice President Vance put his points. We should respond. I would say that my immediate response to freedom of the speech is yes. We in Latvia cherish very much freedom of the speech. But we also see that Russia is using information, migration, energy, and especially information as the weapon. And if you use this as the weapon, if you attack the very core of the country, if you doubt the independence, if you want to get back to imperial ambitions, then of course we see this a bit differently. We are ready to talk about that, explain our point of view, and to engage in meaningful conversation. We'll see what's out of this.
Let's see if that works out for you. I hope it does. Prime Minister, how would you see the speech by the Vice President coming as it does not long after, or in the middle of, rhetoric from the President of the United States about how Greenland should be part of the United States? Obviously, Iceland, if he zooms out a little bit and he starts to look more carefully, Iceland could look somewhat attractive to him as well. And sorry, I don't want to give him any ideas. He's probably not watching.
I think we're live.
He's probably not watching, but if he is, I don't want to give him ideas. But is that why you are going to call for a referendum to join the European Union? Because you're worried about getting the Greenland treatment?
No. we are looking towards Europe. I mean, we are in Europe. We're part of the EEA. We've been an active part of Europe for a very long time. The discussion of Iceland joining the EU has been a relevant discussion for a long time. I think it's very important. I know there are some disagreements on this, how you frame EU accession, but I get this question a lot, especially after Sweden and Finland joined NATO. But I mean, NATO is a defense alliance. The EU isn't a defense alliance. It's a lot of things, and we're talking about security, and we need more security, but EU is an alliance of values, of politics, of policy, of finance, of economics. And I think it's very important that as Iceland looks towards the EU, that we don't scare people into joining an alliance of such. There is obviously some, real politics that needs to be involved. Iceland is aware of its security situation. We're aware of our position in the Arctic. We can't be naive about it. Security is something that has always been a sensitive topic in Iceland, if I'm just being frank with you. People are very proud of being, a non-military nation and showing that the Arctic can be a peaceful area, but we can't be naive about the fact that we are a peaceful nation because we're part of NATO. We have a bilateral defense agreement with the US. There are other people that are helping us with our defenses, and we are also very proud of our host nation capabilities. So there is a security angle. There will be a security angle. We are active in the dialogue on security within the EU, and I do think and support, and we officially support, all the measures that need to be taken in terms of security in the EU. But the question of EU accession in Iceland needs to be about identity, where you belong, who you want to trade with, which values you share, and it needs to be a progressive conversation as well. And I think, honestly, that's a good thing for the EU, because I think after the speech that we heard from the Vice President, we need to talk the EU up. We can't only be having discussions about how we're defending ourselves, but what are our values, that are people actually seeking to join those values. And so I would see it as a positive thing for the EU that a country like Iceland would be interested on those bases. But I mean, I appreciate the fact that you pointed out our situation south of Greenland, but I hope nobody else is watching.
Can I don't want to pick on you, I promise. Iceland is a founding member of NATO, but your percentage of GDP going on defense is 0 because you have no standing army. Do you think that you are going to come under more pressure from the United States and from other NATO members when the question of 2% of GDP for defense is now 3%, is now 5%, is now whatever? So do you think that's something, and would you support remilitarizing Iceland?
It's really big questions. And I appreciate that you point out our 0%. It's good that everyone here hears this. Listen, yes, on certain measures it is 0%. But we have Keflavik Air Base. We participate actively in air policing. There are submarines that go through our waters. We are active in a lot of measures with NATO. We know we have we are in an important situation. We have been positive towards increased infrastructure investments around the base, increased investments. So there are ways to look at this. From a political standpoint, it's clear, but also if I just speak on behalf of Icelanders, there has never been willingness among the Icelandic people to have an active military, and that's not going to change in the next few years. That does not mean we are not an important strategic partner. That does not mean that we are not going to be active in NATO, that we're going to be open to increased activities, that we will open our arms to, more surveillance in the area. But I think it's also important that there is a peaceful voice in that area as well, because we're hoping to keep the Arctic peaceful. But again, like I said, we're not naive towards the fact that there will be increased traffic in the area. We're opening up to that. And we're also revising our security strategies and our security policies. And my foreign minister has this in her ministry right now. I mean, this is a 6-week-old government. There's a lot that can happen in the next 4 years. This is a pro-NATO government. This is a pro-head of state, a pro-European government. So we're open to dialogue, and we will continue to push for increased NATO awareness in Iceland.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister, you live in a, let's say, complicated region, obviously. You also are part of a somewhat complicated coalition. You're, I understand, more of a centrist, but you've had to make a coalition with a party in particular that's a bit more to the right, shall we say? Topic of great interest and attention here in Germany at the moment. Does the rise of the far right, and others can weigh in if you feel like, but does the rise, I'm not picking on you either, does the rise of the far right in Europe complicate Europe's ability to defend itself? Since what we see with these extremist parties on the left and the right, they tend to be quite pro-Russian, quite pro-Chinese, quite pro-authoritarian. So do you feel that the rise of the far right, we don't have to specify your country, but across Europe, do you think it complicates the defense of Europe?
Well, unlike 6 weeks, I've been in office for 9 years. And this is my third government where we have different coalitions, but the dominant role is of the center-right and the EPP party, which is my party, HDZ, and nothing in terms of major policy lines has altered compared to the two previous governments. But you are right, the rise of the parties that have somehow seized the niche predominantly because of the fear of the European nation's population, of the illegal migration and its consequences on the security, on the way of life, on the changed societies, on everything that we have noticed here in Munich a few days ago, that we saw in Villach yesterday. This is a very big political space for parties who want to exploit it. At the same time, many of those parties, actually, when you look at their foreign policy narratives, are full of understanding for Moscow. It's almost horizontal. Here and there an exception, but this is a signal. To refer a little bit to your first point on Helsinki, I think Helsinki happened in a very different time. It happened in the time of détente. It included the human rights and democracy basket, which later on, I believe, helped also dismantling of the former communist regimes on the wrong side of the Iron Curtain. And what we have seen is the very, from today's optics of Russia, very weak Russia in the 90s. And when you look at Putin's posture, what's his main objective? His main objective is to, first of all, rectify the mistakes of the previous Russian leaders, which he doesn't see as a time when Russia was strong. And when you look at this policy over time, gradually with different methods, the point was to come back to the sphere of influence. The point was to come back to the situation when he controls his neighborhood rather than someone else. And the example of Ukraine, where in 3 different years he had 3 different narratives. First year, it was a narrative that basically wanted to negate the existence of Ukrainians. He doesn't consider them as Ukrainians. He considers them as small Russians. The second year, it wasn't anymore Ukraine, it was NATO. In the third year, it was basically the New World Order, and that's what we are discussing today. This is actually the essential topic of Munich conference, of what was happening over the past few years. And the problem for international relations really starts when one of the permanent 5 members of the Security Council starts to behave contrary to the international law and the international system that we have adhered to over the last 8 years. This is the fundamental problem that we are facing today, because UN is blocked, OSCE is a consensus-based organization blocked, and then what do you have? You have the confrontation.
I was just going to ask, maybe mildly facetiously, if you're talking about Russia or the United States. But I'd like to throw it to all of you to ask, what you think the chances are of a ceasefire, and what you think the terms are going to be of that ceasefire, probably with you, starting with you.
Sure. I mean, I kind of tried to frame the package into a three-phase process. The first phase is the pre-negotiation. And this is the moment when we need to rearm Ukraine and put maximum pressure on Russia, which means sanctions, which means frozen assets, so that Ukraine begins these negotiations from a position of strength. And this is also the moment, and I think the Americans are absolutely spot on this, when we start looking at interim security arrangements in Ukraine. This phase, we don't know how long it's going to exist, how long it's going to take, but it's going to be a while. Phase number 2, and we're not there yet, is a ceasefire. And the ceasefire is quite often mixed up with a peace process. They're two completely separate things. A ceasefire basically means that you do a demarcation of a border or contact line, and that line is then monitored. It can be the OSCE, it can be the UN. These are not peacekeepers, it's just regular international monitoring. And then after that, during the actual ceasefire, you start looking at the agenda and the modalities of the actual peace negotiations. And this could take a while. You do some confidence-building measures. It could be an exchange of prisoners. It could be handing over the kidnapped children. It could be something about sanctions. But this is very much a moment when there needs to be a system to maintain the ceasefire. For that, I would argue that it's a Ukrainian, European, and American endeavor. In other words, the Ukrainians take the lead, Europe does the support, and the United States is a backstop. I've heard from a lot of senators here during this week an excellent idea, and the idea is that if Russia ever were to attack Ukraine again, that's when NATO membership would materialize and NATO would come back in. That is the ultimate backstop and deterrent for the situation. But we are not there yet. Then we come to the third part of it, which is the actual peace negotiations. They will probably take a long time, but that is the moment when you start discussing more complicated issues, probably such as territory, security, compensation, reconstruction, etc., etc. But I stress that this is just a linear way of looking at it, and we have many more urgent things. I just want to finish with one final remark on this. There are two things that are non-negotiable. One of them is EU membership and NATO membership of Ukraine. That is a decision for the Ukrainians. The EU process is ongoing. Ukraine will become European, not Russian. And this is already a big loss, I think, for Putin. And the other one is NATO membership at some stage. The other thing that we should not discuss is what we're discussing here today, is new European security arrangements. There's no way in which we should open the door for this Russian fantasy of a new indivisible security order where you can do spheres of interest. And here's where I come to the absolutely final point, and that is, I think in this war, the three fundamental questions for Ukraine are independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. In World War II, Finland maintained independence. We lost sovereignty to decide which organizations we wanted to be in, and then we lost 10% of our territory, including the areas where my grandparents and my father was born. Let's just make sure that at the end of this process, we don't have that predicament for Ukraine. That's what we're working for.
I'm going to throw it open. We don't have to go in order. I'll throw it open to the three of you. I think President Stubb makes a very nice case, but the reality is, isn't it, that we hear from the Trump administration that no NATO membership for Ukraine, that Ukraine is a pawn, and why would the pawn get to decide what the king and the queen get to do? Is Ukraine even going to be in the negotiations? It doesn't look like there's a Ukrainian serious representation going to be in Saudi Arabia next week when the US administration meets with the Russian administration. So how optimistic are the other three of you that that Europe will be able to even play a part in this, or even Ukraine can play a part in where we're headed with this ceasefire?
I very much want to agree with what President Stubb just said about how this should develop. But I think that we are currently in a situation, what I would describe, the opening of the opening. We have seen statements from different US officials. I think that this shows that the strategy and also the tactic is being prepared. And I think that what is very important at this point is, first of all, that we ensure that Ukraine has everything to survive, to continue to fight, and to be strong. If Ukraine is strong, if Ukraine keeps fighting, you can't impose anything. That's number one. And then you can't simply sit at the table without Ukraine, negotiate, and then think that somebody is going to take terms negotiated. The same applies to Europe. I very much agree that Europe, and here probably we should talk not only about the European Union, but wider Europe, including the United Kingdom, including some other European countries, Iceland, Norway, maybe future EU member states at some point, that we take greater responsibility, but if we are supposed to take some responsibility, Europe must sit at the table as well. Of course, then you can have a good question, who represents Europe? We have European chief foreign policy, the chief of the foreign policy, we have big countries, but I think we are going to sort this out. And finally, you know, I very much trust very good intentions of the United States administration. I do believe that the United States want to end the war and they want to have a long-lasting peace. The guy whom I don't trust completely is Mr. Putin. And that's where I think our biggest delusion may come. And that the big question is, are we talking about the ceasefire, or are we talking about kind of permanent, durable peace? I don't believe at this point that Russia is interested in a peace deal. Most probably we can call whatever we like what is going to be signed at some point in the future and implemented or partly implemented. And I was actually delighted to hear that we are not talking about Minsk 3.0. We are not talking about some other deals, but we should understand that at this point we are at the very beginning of the process, and there can be many things that can go wrong, or there can be also very pleasant surprises, and we all of a sudden get 2025 as the year to celebrate somewhere 50 years from now. Who knows? We are at the opening only.
Do you think that there's that NATO, EU, Europe, Ukraine are going to be involved in this process?
They have to be. I think, I mean, going back to the terms of the ceasefire, we're still in the opening discussions of who's going to sit at the table. If a ceasefire is going to have parties involved in those negotiations that are fully committed, you have to have them at the table. I assume the US, given all we've heard over the past few days, wants Europe to step up. It wants Europe to step up when it comes to Ukraine. If Europe is to step up during a ceasefire, if something happens, if a ceasefire is breached, it needs to be at the table when those terms are decided. it is interesting, having witnessed the developments over the past couple of days, I must say, I feel like going into this conference, there was initial shock. I think after, this feels like 3 weeks, it's been like 2 days, right? After, I want to say Wednesday, Thursday, then people have a good night's sleep. I agree with the president, you know, people are calming down. In a way, our friends, our allies in the US, which they are and will continue to be, and we have to rely on them in this process. We can't do without them, even though they're asking us to step up, and we want to do that. They're throwing things a bit in the air, but it's our responsibility now to catch them, to bring them down, not to try to keep the balls in the air. And I mean, I think the message coming out of Munich now and also coming out of Europe tomorrow, and whoever is going to be involved in those talks, is Europe needs to be a part of this process. Ukraine needs to be a part of this process. If not, this type of ceasefire is not going to be credible.
More Yalta than Helsinki. Prime Minister, what do you think the chances are that America, the Trump administration, makes it more Helsinki than Yalta?
First of all, one remark which I think is important for us to understand what is currently going on in the minds of the new Trump administration, the way that I perceive it. First, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, 2013-14, in the eyes of the current administration was during the watch of Obama's administration. Second aggression in Ukraine happened during Biden's watch, which means the sense of identification with these two wars from the perspective of President Trump, who claimed during the first mandate that he was a peace president and wants to be again the peace president, is essential for us to understand what's going on. This is key. And when you look at the initiatives, whether it's the Middle East or whether it's Ukraine, the way that the signals are sent, the major objective for the United States administration today is to stop the killing. This is number one. He wants to stop the carnage. And the point of view of the rest of us who were unfortunately here observing 3 years of brutal Russian aggression against Ukraine, millions of displaced and refugees, unseen destruction after the Second World War, so many young lives lost, cannot be just seen if we want to stall it and then move to another issue and leave to someone else to see how the end game will look like in terms of territorial integrity and getting back the regions which have been occupied, false referenda, illegally annexed, and formally included in the Russia's constitutional order. These are more complicated long-term issues. Therefore, from the Europe's perspective, and here I think not only about the European Union, but also the nature of our transatlantic dialogue. What is at stake is the nature of the transatlantic dialogue. Is it going to be different? Are we going to be together on the key issues? Scenario where, by the way, the Normandy format were in the forefront, where Germany and France, on behalf of Europe for almost 10 years, were leading the format of the talks, that all of a sudden no one would be there, let alone deal with our Ukraine. I don't think that is realistic, and I think the messages of President Zelensky and all the other Ukrainian leaders were very clear. They will not accept anything that is happening without them, and the way I see the mood within the European allies and partners is similar.
Thank you very much. I'd like to open it up a little bit for questions, maybe starting here.
I think in general, the sort of call for let's not get overwhelmed by emotions and let's not concentrate on declarations is a very wise one. And I think it's absolutely right that we have to concentrate on the action. However, the action changes depending on how we interpret what happened over the last 2 days. Now, one interpretation is, you know, maybe this US administration doesn't quite like us very much, and maybe if we act by spending more on defense and all the rest of it, we can somehow rekindle US interest and perhaps even US affection for Europe, including Ukraine. And that, of course, is the best case scenario. But shouldn't we consider that there is another scenario out there in which there is absolutely nothing that we can do to rekindle that love and affection and interest, and that therefore we are alone, and maybe we are alone facing a US administration that deliberately wants to weaken and divide us? And what is the action that we should be pursuing in that worst case scenario?
Thank you, Natalie. Contributing columnist for Politico, so thank you very much. What can we do to rekindle the love and affection for Europe that America traditionally has had for us?
Well, first of all, I agree with Natalie. I don't say this only because I'm Finnish, but I think in Europe we need to talk less and do more. You know, and I also, you know, so. We need to continue talking in this panel as well. But you know, the way in which we Finns in these kinds of situations react is cool, calm, and collected. And what we do first is we take an ice bath, right? And after that, we go into the sauna. And then we sit there and reflect, okay, what should we do about this? Because I do feel that, you know, the Munich Security Conference, which is my favorite conference out of all, this has been a cacophony of diplomacy, you know, the sort of people being quite het up and shocked and the rest of it. But once we get over, as the Prime Minister of Iceland said, from this shock, what do we need to do? We need to listen what the Americans are saying. Number one, take more responsibility of your own. And I think this is a clear message, and everyone has gotten that. And if that's the case, number two, what do we do in order for that to take place? I think there's right now a lot of reflection going on, how we can, you know, hike up our defense, how we can be stronger individually. And then number three, think about ways in which Europe can give value added to the United States. And one thing I want to say quite clearly, don't underestimate Trump as a negotiator. I genuinely believe that Putin is baffled and afraid what might be coming from there. So in that sense, it's a good backstop. And right now, the ball is in our court here in Europe. We need to convince the Americans where's the value added and then get back into the table. If I may just throw out one idea loosely. If there is a negotiating table, I think we need to do something similar that was done in Kosovo. Europe needs to have a special envoy, like Martti Ahtisaari, and then a deputy envoy who is on the level of either Kellogg, Wittkopf, Yermak, or Ushkov. And in that sense, we get some kind of a skin in the game. I see that there is a Weimar plus summit tomorrow, and that's good that Europeans are talking, and I certainly believe that the United Kingdom and non-EU members need to be a part of it. But I also think, as an avid pro-European, that it would be quite useful for the EU to have some kind of a common stand.
Can I just very quickly add? It's Sunday morning, and I start to feel like we are in the panel of psychiatrists. We're trying to calm down emotions, trying to tell that we are not as bad and we are doing as good as we can. But unfortunately, that's the problem that I noted already at the opening remarks, that indeed what we are all the time trying to do, and probably that's a little bit of the European culture, that we try to reflect all the time. We try to talk. We try to find the perfect solution where probably there are not going to be any perfect solutions. We, in the European Union, actually are very much process-oriented, less results-oriented. And this time, this is coming back to some extent. Look how many times we have been talking that we need to be serious about defense. One thing that probably went unnoticed on Friday, but I think it was a very important announcement by the President of the European Commission about the deficit rules being, let's say, lifted or liberalized when it comes to defense spending. It was long overdue at both levels, at the national and also European. Now, of course, we will need to generate that money. You can, of course, raise deficit levels, but still you need money. Then we all know about defense industry. We all know that Europe is lagging behind in many fields. technology, artificial intelligence, US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end, Europe is lagging behind in many fields, technology, artificial intelligence, US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end, Europe is lagging behind in many fields, technology, artificial intelligence, US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end, Europe is lagging behind in many fields, technology, artificial intelligence, US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end, Europe is lagging behind in many fields, technology, artificial intelligence, US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end, Europe is lagging behind in many fields, technology, artificial intelligence, US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end, Europe is lagging behind in many fields, technology, artificial intelligence, US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end, Europe is lagging behind in many fields, technology, artificial intelligence, US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end, Europe is lagging behind in many fields, technology, artificial intelligence, US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end, Europe is lagging behind in many fields, technology, artificial intelligence, US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end, Europe is lagging behind in many fields, technology, artificial intelligence, US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end, Europe is lagging behind in many fields, technology, artificial intelligence, US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end, Europe is lagging behind in many fields, technology, artificial intelligence, US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end, Europe is lagging behind in many fields, technology, artificial intelligence, US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end, Europe is lagging behind in many fields, technology, artificial intelligence, US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end, Europe is lagging behind in many fields: technology, artificial intelligence. US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end. Europe is lagging behind in many fields: technology, artificial intelligence. US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end. Europe is lagging behind in many fields: technology, artificial intelligence. US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end. Europe is lagging behind in many fields: technology, artificial intelligence. US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end. Europe is lagging behind in many fields: technology, artificial intelligence. US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end. Europe is lagging behind in many fields: technology, artificial intelligence. US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end. Europe is lagging behind in many fields: technology, artificial intelligence. US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end. Europe is lagging behind in many fields: technology, artificial intelligence. US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end. Europe is lagging behind in many fields: technology, artificial intelligence. US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end. Europe is lagging behind in many fields: technology, artificial intelligence. US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end. Europe is lagging behind in many fields: technology, artificial intelligence. US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end. Europe is lagging behind in many fields: technology, artificial intelligence. US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end. Europe is lagging behind in many fields: technology, artificial intelligence. US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end. Europe is lagging behind in many fields: technology, artificial intelligence. US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end. Europe is lagging behind in many fields: technology, artificial intelligence. US currently invests, we regulate, all those things that we are talking all the time. But where I do believe, but we need probably to end.
Can we do more, apart from what was already mentioned, to make sure that the new agreement is credible? Because what was written in the Budapest Memorandum about non-viability of borders, about sovereignty, about abstaining from the use of force, we're still going to have the same language, but now how we can add more credibility apart from the great idea, I think, on the NATO membership? Thank you.
So, yeah.
If I may pick up on this question and refer to the Ukrainian member of the parliament, I think that the 16 packages of sanctions vis-à-vis Russia are an amazing development. I don't think we've ever had so many restrictive measures on anyone so strong and so often. Plus, there are legal proceedings about the frozen assets, especially in Belgium, because most of them are actually in Belgium. So there are steps being taken in that direction. I think mentioning the Budapest Memorandum is essential to understand the position of Ukrainians. Ukrainians were deceived once, basically abandoning their nuclear arsenal 30 years ago. They were deceived twice with non-implementation of the Minsk I and Minsk II. And if the current peace plan, ceasefire, or later on whatever the arrangement will be, will sanction the aggressor in positive terms, getting more territory, they will be deceived 3 times. And this is, in my view, especially coming from a country that also had its territory occupied and which managed to get it back with combination of 2 methods. Method number 1, and occupied territories were there for 4.5 years and the remaining part for almost 7 years. We got it back when we managed to strike back when we were strong. The balance of power, very important point. That's why strengthening Ukraine in defense terms is something that should not be stopped. It is the essential ingredient. Otherwise, there is no chance to survive. And second point are the peace talks. There are examples on the European continent of peaceful reintegration of occupied territories. And I've been saying for a while, I'm very happy that Alex said it. I think in terms of methodology and the format, what we lacked on Ukraine in recent years was one personality, highly respected by everyone, taken into account in Moscow, taken into account in Kyiv, and having support in Washington and European capitals and other leaders, including the Global South, that could have the authority to manage the peace talks. We don't have the clarity. We had different formats. We had OSCE involved there. You know what was my favorite question to colleagues? I'm a former diplomat, so I used to ask them, when the OSCE mission existed, apropos Helsinki in Ukraine, I used to ask them, who is the head of the OSCE mission? You know what was the answer? Nobody knew.
I'd like to nominate Wolfgang.
The visibility was lacking. We need a high visibility of someone strong who can manage the process.
We've only got a couple of minutes left. I have a question for all of you. I've been talking to a lot of industry, particularly in Germany, but across Europe, and some of the reaction I've heard is that America has abandoned us, or is in the process of abandoning us, and we need, as Europe, to look elsewhere, and China is the solution. I'm interested to hear from whoever would like to take that one, whether you think an alternative for Europe is a much closer relationship with China.
No. I mean, come on.
Anyone else?
I mean, no. Let's come on. We've had a U.S. administration now for 3 weeks. And yes, we are looking at a shift. But to say that we are now abandoning a historic interest and value-based alliance to tilt towards China, I just think that whole question is absurd. Sorry.
Anyone else like to weigh in on that?
Well,
the President of Finland just called me absurd.
No, this is journalistic twisting. I did not call you absurd. I called the question absurd.
Great honor. A great honor.
Alex, headlines will go anyway that way. No, but on a serious note, no, I don't believe really that this is the kind of moment where we should really get into this mood. And let's face it, we are not going to get anything out of change of this kind of strategic paradigm. I really hope that we, again, at the end of this panel, that we stop sounding like, sorry to say, desperate housewives that are getting into the kind of...
Or house husbands.
Whatever. That we are getting into this kind of mode where we have not yet sorted out our own house, and we should. That we still, and I agree here, we have less than months since this administration is in the office, and indeed, taking into account with all the differences, with all what has been said about Vice President's speech or any other statements, believe me, the speech of the Chinese leader would be even much, much worse to deal with.
Thank you so much to my panel. It's been a great honor to be here with you. Prime Minister, President, thank you so much. Thank you to the audience for helping me with that, and see you next year.
We have a great lineup of speakers here, starting from my right with Prime Minister Edi Rama of Albania. We have been upgraded to the main stage from last year when we were in town hall. Next, the Prime Minister of North Macedonia, Christian Mickoski, and last but not least, Marta Kos, the EU Enlargement Commissioner, or Commissar, as Vice President Vance would put it. Prime Minister Rama, you know the coffee drill. For the two of you, there is a Munich rule coined by the Munich Security Conference. We have little time, so please keep your statement short and strong like espresso. I will start by posing a couple of questions to you, Commissioner Kos. And I hope that you gentlemen won't mind going a couple of times to Commissioner Kos at the beginning so that we get her vision on enlargement and also how you intend to overcome some of the political and financial challenges that you will face. I do not think that in my lifetime, adult lifetime, Europe and its member states have faced greater risks on security and economy, and yet at the same time have been exposed and have faced so many simultaneous demands and expectations in terms of investing into competitiveness, stepping up rapidly on security and defense, providing security guarantees for Ukraine, delivering on China, and at the same time we have US Vice President delivering remarks here attacking EU democracy. And so you would think that in this situation, the EU needs to focus on these challenges and kind of go smaller because it needs to maintain coherence and unity. Yet you and President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, have both said that we need to accelerate the process. So why now? Why at this very moment do you think we need to accelerate enlargement given what is going on in the world?
The enlargement today is not affected just by what the US are doing, it is affected by geopolitics. And when my country, Slovenia, entered the EU, if I simplify it, it was quite easy in the sense of if a country fulfills the criteria, it can get in. Later, it became more difficult in the sense of the member states have to go deeper than we will enlarge. But today we have a specific situation, then we have disruptive external forces who would like to see us fail. So it is clear the priority, I wouldn't speak about just the enlargement, it's unification of Europe. That's why it is getting more and more important. And again, when my country joined, mostly we have seen this through the economic glasses. But today we go with the enlargement today. We somehow go back to the roots why the EU has been established. It has been established to preserve peace, freedom, security, prosperity. Now we go back to security and to peace. And this is the most decisive element. But this is also the strength of the EU. You have mentioned security guarantees. The enlargement can be the most important political element of the security guarantees. And, you know, there is a reason why the countries would love to join European Union and not United States of America, if I go back to your beginning. And it's clear also that there are some trends from the north of Europe with the countries which are on the very high level of the rule of law, which are very much involved into the European economic area and are considering or reconsidering coming back.
Thank you. We'll go back to Prime Minister Rama on this US versus EU question later. Sorry, I will just kind of come back one more time to the question of enlargement again, and I stress in this really extremely challenging moment. You have tweeted, and Commissioner von der Leyen has basically spoke and stated a similar message at the Munich Security Conference that We need to accelerate the process. Von der Leyen has spoken about moving mountains, and you mentioned accelerated but still merit-based process. It seems to be contradiction in terms, accelerated yet still merit-based, especially when we're talking about countries like Ukraine that's in the middle of the war, but also countries like Bosnia and Herzegovina, Moldova, or Serbia and Kosovo that are in the negotiation process. So could you unpack that a little bit? How do you balance the speed and merit? And what is really your vision for Ukraine? And what does acceleration mean? Do you mean blade timelines, or do you mean even sooner? Is that even possible?
We are already accelerating the process, especially with Ukraine. We are working 2 to 3 times faster in the European Union, but we should distinguish between the technical part of the process and the political part of the process. When it's about the technical one, we could, let's say, finish with Montenegro and Albania until the end of 26 or 27. There is the political part, meaning that no steps or important steps can happen without the will of the member states. So this is where I see the possibilities today. For the technical part, where I am in charge of, we can deliver a lot, not just for Ukraine, also for the Western Balkan countries. But we should really talk to, and we are talking to the member states, what we can do. It is merit-based, the technical part, but there is also the political will. And this geopolitics I was talking at the beginning about, it's playing an important role. Some people, see the discrepancy or paradox between geopolitics and merit-based. Or some people see the discrepancy between economic development and values. Why do we demand, sticking to anti-corruption and so on? So, in my opinion, we can do much more if we consider this situation seriously. And one remark to your first question, the EU can bring the candidate countries in the EU, not the United States of America.
Thank you. I'll come back with some follow-up questions later. I think the way I see you right now is like a CEO visionary that has to get the shareholders or member states on board, so we can talk about how you do that later. 26-27 seems like an extremely ambitious timeline for Albania joining the EU. Do you think that's feasible? You have opened 2 clusters now, that is 7 chapters. You've moved now obviously faster than Serbia has. They've been stuck since 2021 with not opening anything new. Do you think that's feasible?
Well, what I know is that when we started this process, my hairs were all black and my beard was much more trimmed. But being a big fan of Netflix, I'd say that after what I saw in these 2 days under this roof, which was amazing, Netflix could do 2 series, one about EU, one about US. The one about EU would be a patient with 27 doctors, and they were 28, by the way, but one got crazy and left the hospital. And US would be a one sheriff show. So I think what is happening is really a great, great thing, at least as I see it from that part of Europe that is not EU. So we are EU without you, and we see things a bit differently. It's a great, great thing that happened. Europe needed to be shaken in a way that its sleep would go lost for some time. And now let's see what will come out of that. And going back to your question, I think that European Union has to make its mind about what's going on, because it has changed in terms of attitude towards us, and it has changed in terms of speed towards rapprochement with the Western Balkans. But what is happening is showing that it has changed too slow and too little. And we can talk about merit base all day long, but I think it's time to make a very fast and clear-cut separation. Merit-based should be for only one thing: the right to vote in the European Council. It can't be about, merit-based can't be about bringing all the non-EU countries in the single market. Merit-based can't be about bringing all non-EU countries in the whole
Are you saying
operation.
there shouldn't be, what are you saying exactly, that there shouldn't be a criteria on sort of legislative alignment, etc., for the EU single market, or?
I think this can be completely now speeded up and can be much more about how to bring that part of Europe, which is not the European Union, much closer to a different way the continent thinks about itself, because when we think about the continent as a whole, without Russia, we are 700 million. So it's a huge market. And the European Union has to do something about it, in the sense that what is out of the European Union cannot be up for grab for everyone else but for the European Union. This is what I mean. And the Western Balkans should be seen like the tech park of Europe, in the sense of it's where a lot of things can happen, like a lot of things happened in Poland, in Czech Republic, in Slovakia and other countries, when the Western companies went there, invested a lot, brought a lot of dividend back in the European Union, and helped these countries to go up in a very, very impressive speed. So this is what I'm saying. There is a lot to change. Europe is not me saying, you know, everyone says it. Mario Draghi made a damning report that Europe has to change or to die. So it's about competitiveness, it's about getting out there with a new strength, and it's about not trying to respond to ourselves, to be just self-referential, to think that we have a divine decree for keeping the moral high ground and all the other are morally suspect. Because for example, we in the Western Balkans are morally suspect. But to be much more capable to adopt to the new challenges.
So if I can interpret you,
I saw a lot of victims today, yesterday, the day before yesterday, a lot of people feeling like you know, something went terribly wrong, but it's not true. It's not true. It's a great opportunity to wake up and to run and to take back what has been lost in so many years of so much regulation, of so much talks, and of so far less actions.
So you've merged both the EU internal reform, competitiveness, and sort of what you're arguing for is a quicker accession to the single market over the Western Balkans, really kind of releasing other
Not only Western Balkans, everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone in the continent, all the EPC, the European political community, should become now the new platform, and the European Union should invest on a lot of thoughts, a lot of its energies on the EPC, and Europe as such should become a very, very different continent based on, first and foremost, giving to everyone new opportunities to grow economically and to be in a better place. Otherwise, it will be impossible.
Thank you. Prime Minister Mickoski, welcome. You became Prime Minister in June last year, and since then, North Macedonia has not opened a single new cluster or chapter with the EU. You've obviously, for a very long time, together with Albania, but specifically North Macedonia, been blocked and a victim of sort of bilateral disputes. And part of the requirement that exists now is the constitutional change to include Bulgarian minorities in the preamble of the constitution. You have proposed adopting these changes in the parliament, the constitutional changes, but for them to enter into force once the North Macedonia enters the EU. Bulgaria has rejected this. What is your plan? How do you intend to proceed? How will you tackle this? And do you still see the EU path as priority?
Thank you so much. I'm thrilled to be on the stage with this lovely lady and the gentleman, and of course with you. It's my honor. Our endeavor when it comes to the enlargement and accession to EU started much more prior Albanian endeavor. Even we started our journey even prior Croatia. And we've become, together with Croatia, 2 decades ago, candidates. We received first report together with Croatia in 2008 to start negotiations. Now Croatia is for almost 10 years a part of the EU, part of Schengen. They're using euro as a national currency. And we are at the same place where we were 2.5 decades ago. Why? Because for us, merit base is a bit of a fairy tale. It's not like, how to say, it's not like something that we would like to see. It's something that is binding for us. And therefore, I think that this fairy tale for us seems like a moving target. We are a victim of bilateralization, or to be more precise, our journey to EU is very, very complex. Because instead of bringing Europe to Balkan, we are somehow bringing Balkan to Europe. There are some, unfortunately, European member countries which are coming from Balkan, and they are bringing bilateral disputes together with them in Brussels instead of bringing Brussels values to the Balkans.
May I just, I'm sorry, because we don't have that much time, can I return you to my question? We are all aware of the sort of long history and all of the efforts North Macedonia has done, including changing its name, but this concrete step that needs to be done is a precondition to open first clusters and chapters. What are you going to do about it?
The name was not only one example of interference into the domestic issues of sovereign country. That was last one. The first one was, let me remind you, change of flag.
Can we please go to the question? We have very little time. I need to move on with the questions.
If we want to give a precise answer, then we have to have some introduction.
No, but I think everyone knows the history of blockages. What we need to look is a little bit, where are we going? And what do you think?
Our milestone is and will remain to become a part of EU. And this is without any doubt. Please consider this as
I told her last time in the panel, if you invite Balkan men, don't ask from them to be short.
Talk to, especially when they're so tall. But we are limited by embassy rules, not by my own. I'd love to hear you talk more.
I'm listening some voices here that there was a speech during the first day, during the opening, from the Vice President J.D. Vance, and I'm hearing some voices that that was a speech with huge interference in some of the domestic issues. Change of name, change of flag, change of currency. What is it? Isn't it interference into the domestic issues? How long we should suffer from double standards?
Right.
And we are not talking, again, I will say, we are not talking about merit-based approach. We are talking about bilateral disputes, which is not something which should be shared and joined with the European values.
Okay, Commissioner Kos, I'm going to ask you, is EU ready to because Bulgaria has said that's now the EU issue, but the proposal for the amendments to enter into force when Macedonia enters the EU, it sounds like a reasonable one. Is EU ready to negotiate on that?
Bulgaria and North Macedonia are already speaking about it. We have offered help if would be needed to facilitate. It's never good when bilateral issues come in, but it's happening again and again. And that is what I was talking before, and I can understand the frustration. You know, the new dynamics into the whole enlargement process came by war in Ukraine. Or even, if I go a bit back, by the wish of Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia at that time to go European and not the Russian way. We will always have to deal, unfortunately, with a bilateral issue, but my vision is, if it's possible, please, and we will help to settle this outside the enlargement process, which is not easy. You know, at the beginning I was speaking about the role of the member states in the whole process, but I think this is really now time that we move forward, not just with North Macedonia. It's time to move forward also with Bosnia. It's time to move forward in the dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina. When, if not now, when it's obvious why, and whatever we do in the enlargement or unification process of Europe, we really shouldn't forget to give the answer. Why are we doing this? Not just because the candidate countries want to join us, but also we would like them to be a part of the European Union, and I can go back to peace and security.
On member states, since we're talking about interference, blockages, etc., that is part of sort of my initial question: how do you get member states on board for your vision, which is very ambitious if you're talking about 26, 27 for Albania and Montenegro. We're facing potential trade war with the US that is threatening to shave off from 1.5 to 2.5% GDP of some biggest European economies. We desperately need capital to invest in defense and competitiveness. German Chancellor Scholz yesterday argued for accession of the Ukraine, but at the same panel he said that when he speaks to member states leaders, they all say it's impossible currently to find funds for defense, and we've seen which way we need to go. The costs for Ukraine in the next multi-annual financial framework are around 186 billion, 250 billion in total for all 8. How are we going to fund this, and how will you persuade member states to get on board financially?
We don't know yet how the next multi-annual financial framework will look like, but what I can say is that until the end of the present MFF, the money is not the issue. And the European Union has been the biggest contributor to Ukraine, two times more than the US, with more now nearly 140 billion EU member states. So we can deliver if we stick together, and this is now a clear option to us, and we are able also now to be a part of the peace talks. We are able to be a part, and we are running the reconstruction already. Mr. Costa was yesterday speaking about 3 points important for the future of Ukraine. The first part is security guarantees. I was talking before, enlargement as political element of this. Second part is reconstruction. We are already doing this. Third part is accession process. We are already doing this. So we are delivering much more, but here in Munich, mostly we speak about the military part.
Well, 1,300-kilometer long border with Russia, where America has said they're not intending to provide any security guarantees, is a big challenge.
Of course, and we know this, and we are working on this. The European Union has been able to find solution to unimaginable problems in the past, and perhaps we needed this push too. And I hear all the time, yeah, we should ask what we can do by ourselves, in spite of what they are doing. But I agree, you know, getting the decision when you have 27 members, or getting a decision when just one man is taking the decision, you know what is more difficult.
Thank you. I'll ask all three of you the same question. I'm curious how you see it. U.S. has traditionally always been very supportive of EU enlargement, and in fact, most of the sort of policies and instruments of the EU, of the U.S. have very often been put in kind of complementary way to the enlargement process and generally promotion of EU norms and values. We see a big reversal now. With the Trump administration. USAID projects abolished many of, around 1.6 billion funds that had been provided, many of them supporting projects that actually work towards achievement of the EU goals. But also heavy lifting, hard power, sanctions, etc., to deter destabilization of Bosnia by Milorad Dodik, or go after money laundering, corruption, etc. If that is withdrawn, which is a possibility, do you think that's going to present a problem for the enlargement? Is it going to present a problem for your countries in meeting the criteria? And perhaps for you, Commissioner, how will the EU step in?
What I see is that since you have started to deal with Balkan people, your questions have become very long. And I don't know now what part of your question I have to answer, because there were a lot of questions in your question. But I'll try. First of all, I think there is a paradox that looks like nobody thinks about. Because there is this rush. We have to invest on defense, we have to upscale defense, we have to do defense, and we have to match defense. Okay, good. But what's the answer about, in the meantime, that other powers invest in defense? They have quite reasonable rates of economic growth. Europe is not. So where Europe will find the money to do all this upscale in defense? And I have never heard anything more shocking, anything more traumatizing, anything more crazy, that we have to leave aside education, healthcare, and the rest, because now our priority is to survive. So if the answer to have more investment, to have more strength militarily, is to become a continent of ignorance, I think we are not worth anymore to anything, and better someone come invade us.
Well, Albania is investing quite a lot in defense.
Albania has been always ready to be invaded by Americans or Europeans, but the problem is that nobody wants to invade us. So
you're still doubling your defense spending.
Nobody wants to invade us. And if they invade us, we send them to Montenegro to have some fun and sun. So the second point I have to make is connected to the first. So Europe has to think twofold. Yes, stronger militarily, but stronger economically, and stronger in the whole challenges that are about the future. So America invents artificial intelligence. China copied, Europe, without even having it regulated. So how we will compete, for God's sake? And then we are in this process. It's clear that Europe has opened a discussion, and thanks God, President von der Leyen is taking it very, very personally to start a deregulation. Good luck to her with that. But in the meantime, they say to us, regulate, regulate, regulate. So how this will go on? So it's like an inertia, because there are, from my experience, I have known two European Unions. The one that everyone knows, the European Union of leaders, of big discussions, sometimes of big debates, sometimes of big neurotic processes, and another European Union that works like a Swiss clock, 24/7. 30 or 40,000 people producing every day, I don't know how many regulations. So no war, no crisis, no climate change, no nuclear threat can change the way this clock works. It's perfect. Every day, a new regulation comes out.
What are you referring to exactly?
What I'm referring to, ask the business community in Germany, and
So
they'll
the
tell you.
business you're referring to the business side
Ask
of the EU.
To open a bank account in Europe today, a bank account, for God's sake, has become more complicated than to buy a house.
I meant the business
and there are
side of
so
it.
many other things like that. And the last thing I would say is, it's not, this enlargement has always been treated like a kind of generosity, like a kind of generous vision of the richest in this continent towards the poorest. I'm telling you, today the European Union needs us more than we need them. Trust me on that. And when I say us, not just the Western Balkans, but all the countries that are not yet part of that union. Why?
Because you will regulate them.
Why? More than not, don't take it arrogantly, because we are used to survive. We are survivors. So whatever happens, we'll be around. That's why, that's why the Greeks and us fight always who is the oldest in this continent. Because we have seen many coming and going. The problem is, if European Union wants to get out of all this crisis, has to unite with Europe. And as Dr. Kissinger said, America without Europe is just an Ireland. Europe without America is just a peninsula. So that Ireland and this peninsula have to be together. But for the sheriff in that Ireland to take seriously European Union has to become stronger, and numbers to the sheriff matter. So we should show up at the sheriff door like a market of 700 million. Otherwise, we are doomed to end like the priests in Constantinople, that while the walls of the city were falling, they had a very important discussion about the sex of angels.
Thank you, Prime Minister Rama. Its message is clear. We will, in a minute, open to questions and answers. We only have 10 minutes left, so I apologize. I just want to hear from Commissioner Kos, do you worry about the impact on the EU enlargement, especially in democracy, rule of law, the impact of the changes in the US approach to what is good governance and what needs to be funded?
No, I'm not afraid of, and I'm happy that Albania still wants to become a member in spite of the critics we have heard right now about the European Union.
What do you mean?
So I'm not
Prime Minister Rama, you're...
No,
I need to go.
I don't accept, because we are still in love with the European Union. While the members of the European Union are not in love with the European Union, we are in love with the European Union. So you should get us in because we bring love. What do you mean? European Union is the best thing that could happen to the humanity.
Thank you, and I truly believe it. And everything you ask is in the Article 2 of the European Treaty. It's about our values, it's about human rights, it's about rights of the minorities, and I could go on. That's why I strongly believe that we are really, really powerful. Asking for a membership is optional. Once you have the status, you get some obligations and commitments. And my commitment is also to help the candidate countries. I would really love to see being successful as a European Union, that Albania, Montenegro, perhaps some other countries will come to the finish line of the accession process. But EU is changing itself too. You know, we are doing the pre-enlargement review to see what we have to change inside the EU. that will be capable of running the house when the newcomers will come. I was speaking about the security. They already are contributing. You are all contributing, the candidate countries, to the security of Europe. You already are contributing to our competitiveness. You know, with the gradual integration, enabling you to be a part of our internal market is already happening, and you are doing well in Albania. Congratulations, and I want to see more results. You know, he's usually not that critical to me when we speak bilaterally, but I can't wait, you know, to come to Tirana to get some more advices for you. I will even swim in the sea if you say so, that this is needed for the good relations to the EU.
I'm going to open to the questions now.
Because you are an Olympic champion on swimming, it's not difficult for you. The problem is how to make Brussels swim.
Well, or member states. We have 8 minutes left for questions. I apologize to Prime Minister Mickoski for not getting back to you with another question, but hopefully we'll have some from the audience. We also have an addressed question of Serbia and the protests, but maybe that will come. I see High Representative Christian Schmidt raising his hand. Please do better than I did with the length of the question. You've heard the criticism, so please keep it short.
Thank you. Prime Minister Rama, she is a well-experienced Bosnian, and so I think she knows as well how one can limit the length of the questions, but the questions themselves, I think they remain very important. Thank you for your information, discussion, position about European Union enlargement. I think it's definitely the way for European integration to be the Western Balkans have included. Let me talk about Western Balkans.
Don't talk about Western Balkans. Ask a question, please, because we only have 7 minutes.
The question is...
He is Bosnian. He is a German that is Bosnianized.
Thank you. Thank you for defense.
Exactly.
We have 3 countries already in NATO. We have, of the 6, 3, some applying, some in between. How do you see the possibility of giving security structures in these countries? And the second, if you allow me, referring to Jean-Claude Juncker, who has proposed to have an idea of a partial membership. The Austrians have raised the proposal of having a graduate approach in combining what you said, the political need to be clear but clear strategically, and the merit-based challenges where I and we can talk about situations in Bosnia and other countries. So how do we solve this urgency against the clearness and correctness of integration? Thank you.
Do we have another question before we go back to the panel? There's one over there in the back. So if I could summarize, if I understood you correctly, you're asking who is your question directed to about security structures being...
Ardian Hachkai, Tirana Connectivity Forum. To both prime ministers, I like this idea of turning the tables. And my question is, how can Western Balkans help and contribute to the European Union?
How can Western Balkans?
Contribute to European Union, competitiveness, security, anything.
Yeah.
Turning the tables.
So what are you bringing to the EU? I think that's all we've been talking about this entire time, isn't it? You're going to cut the red tape and to deregulate and bring the
less
resilience.
boredom to start with, and I would summarize because time is flying away by saying, to combine both questions, that the election of Donald Trump is the most generous act of God, if we follow the God narrative, towards the European Union, to give to Europe a very big chance to wake up. And Europe has to first not be so self-referential. I fully agree with Marta that the values, the principles, and what keeps the member states together should stay, but should not be in the meantime conditionalities for having friends in this world. So I had a debate yesterday with a German friend in the panel when he said the foreign minister of Germany and foreign minister of France went to Syria and they said to the Syrian guy, if you do this, this and that, we can be friends. No, we should learn to be friends with others, although they might have different values, they might have different ways of thinking how life should go. And the last thing I have is that Europe should think about both strength and competitiveness. If we will not be able to compete economically, we'll not be able to do anything else. This is and Western Balkans are a land of opportunity for this European Union to see a horizon for investments and for the old technology companies to not leave Europe because they cannot invest because it's overregulated, but to come to the Western Balkans, to go to other parts of the continent and bring the dividend home instead of leaving the money outside the continent.
Let's follow kind of Jared Kushner's path. Prime Minister Mickoski, you have been extremely patient. What would you like to respond to?
Super. Probably I will have 62 minutes or 62 seconds to answer on the both questions. I'm joking, of course. We have, as a country, fully aligned foreign and defense policy with the European Union. My country is among the 5 best donators per capita for Ukraine. And this is something which is completely different. Also, we fulfill threshold of above 2% for NATO military and ammunition expenditures annually. So we are completely aligned with all requirements when it comes to the foreign and defense and security policy. But also, I must raise this issue that when Russia offensively neglecting and denying Ukrainian identity, which President Zelensky spoke about yesterday, and Ukrainian language, etc., we are all loud, we are criticizing, of course, we are fighting for the rights of Ukrainian people and for this unprecedented aggression that Putin did to Ukraine. But when Parliament of one member state of the EU neglecting and denies Macedonian identity and my Macedonian mother tongue, then everybody is silent.
Maybe
I'm wondering why.
Maybe because there's no invasion accompanying it.
Everybody knows about, I'm talking about Bulgaria, of course.
No, I know.
And when, about the answer of the second question, what we will bring to Europe, Commissioner Kos talked about reunification. We are not talking about any more enlargement, so and we are unification, sorry, and practically Europe will not be complete without all European countries in it. So I think that this process will last until the moment when all aspirant countries will be on the table together with the EU member countries.
Thank you. We're out of time. Commissioner Kos, I'm going to ask you just one question. We don't have the time to answer the rest. What is your sense of a realistic timeline for the Western Balkans to accede to the EU and for Ukraine? What do you think?
I can't speak because there are differences between the countries on the Western Balkans, but during my mandate we could bring 2 or perhaps 3 countries to the end of the accession process, meaning closing all the negotiating chapters. And if I may say one remark, for the Western Balkans, it was states, some of them have been more easier to become a member of NATO than the member of the EU. Now we have the opposite with Ukraine and the other part. So why is this happening to us?
So which 2 could you bring in and in which timeline?
According to the merit-based principle, until now, there are Montenegro and Albania, which are front runners, but one we will start rolling with North Macedonia. North Macedonia could be on a very, very quick
And you remain with your timeline 26-27?
This was for Montenegro and
Albania. That's what I mean. Okay,
If I
thank
may-
you very
if
much.
If I
think
may,
we need to
one remark.
close.
Only one remark. Only one
One
remark. I can remember those voices 6 years ago, which tried to convince us, change your name, and since you are front runners, within a period of 4 or 5 years, you will become a member of EU. I wish luck to Montenegro and Albania, but please don't share our experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We can, the only new name that we can accept is United States or Canada.
Hello, and welcome to this session. As an economist, I feel like this session should have been a bit earlier in the programme, because if a lot of the debate over the last few days has been about whether Europe can muster itself for this new era and, crucially, to spend enough on defence, I don't think there is much doubt about the desire to do that. There is quite a lot of doubt about the capacity, the financial capacity to do that, and that relates very fundamentally to the low level of European competitiveness recently. Not even recently. In the last 25 years, if the Eurozone had grown just as fast as the US, or its potential growth had grown as fast as the US, the economy would be $3 trillion bigger, and you would have tens of billions more for defence without having to make any tough decisions. So I do think this is a fundamental question that underpins some of the more exciting debates, perhaps, that we've had over the last few days. And I'm very glad that we have some key figures to debate how Europe is going to boost its competitiveness in this new era. So let me welcome to the stage Luc Frieden, Prime Minister of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. Prime Minister. Francesca Brandner, who is the Parliamentary State Secretary of the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. And Manfred Weber, President of the European People's Party and the EPP parliamentary group in the European Parliament. And Joel Kaplan, who's Head of Global Affairs, or Global Affairs Officer at Meta. Thank you very much for joining us. As with all of these sessions, we will have 20-25 minutes of conversation, and then some questions, including from one of the Munich young leaders, but also from all of you. Prime Minister Frieden, we have had on this topic many very powerful reports over the years, including recently from Mario Draghi and Letta, and everyone has endorsed them. No one has taken very many concrete steps to implement them. And yet, just in the past 3 weeks, President Trump has radically changed the playing field, potentially, for European companies and indeed potentially the entire landscape for global trade. So how can Europe possibly keep up?
I disagree with your introduction, because I don't think that President Trump has changed the American economy in 3 weeks. So it's a narrative.
I didn't say that.
It's a narrative that we all need to ask ourselves whether it's true. It's true that also under President Biden, with the Inflation Reduction Act and similar legislation, the US has done a lot to attract investment. And we as Europeans need to build on our strengths. We have great universities, we have great talent, we have a huge market of 400 million people, but of course we need to do more to become more competitive. And in that sense, what Letta and Draghi say is in fact something that we know, but Europe is a complex structure. It's 27 countries, so we need, for instance, on the basis of the Letta report, but even without Letta, to deepen the single market. There are still a lot of hurdles to do cross-border activities. We do not think enough as one bloc, but we very often think as 27 member states. So we have the tools to do more. I think we need to do more on research, on innovation, so to use the potential that we have from our great universities and the people that come out of that. We need to, yes, have a look at this regulation that has been added one next to the other. I've been out of politics the last 10 years before coming back, and I saw that in the financial services sector. There was a tremendous amount of regulation that was not always very that didn't reach the results that it was aimed at. And I think we have decided, at least among heads of state and government, we have encouraged the Commission to come up with a review of quite a number of regulations, but will take some time to implement it. And our challenge will be to be as fast as countries that have a different structure, such as the US, or we also have as a competitor China, who is an autocracy where one small group of people decide what happens in the entire country. So I think we lost competitiveness, that's for sure, but we have the potential to become better. And our challenge will be to do that very fast. And that is a challenge for 27 democracies with the European Parliament, a European Council. You know, it's not enough that the Commission comes up with a proposal, we need to implement it. I think we have the potential to do it. We should speak more positively about Europe. We shouldn't say that the America is leading. We can do as well as the United States. We must do it, and then I think we can achieve a lot on the European continent.
We can come back on that. I do think the economic record is clear. There's a 20% gap in economic potential that has grown up in the last 20 years between Europe and the US. It could grow to 40% if we continue on the same path. But Francesca Brandner, as Mario Draghi pointed out in an article yesterday, the internal obstacles that Europe puts in its way, the regulation, the internal market barriers, are much greater already than anything being contemplated by Donald Trump. We need to take tough decisions about the European economic model, surely.
I'm not sure if we're talking really about the European model, but about how we implement it and what we do. I think when we face this geopolitically, obviously very difficult times ahead of us, already difficult, we have to refocus on two strengths that make Europe. And one is the creativity, the free thinking, and not the Vance style, but the real free thinking creativity, where we allow our companies to innovate, to test things, to also maybe fail, but to be able to really create new technologies, innovative systems. And secondly is competition. If you listen to Peter Thiel, he says that competition is pervertive and is destroying thinking. They like monopolies. And that's their goal. They state it. They try to create monopolies. And I think our European strength has always been that there is competition. And also, if you only go for monopolies, you will, in the end, destroy not just the American dream, but what we have here, a German dream, European dream, that you can create new things and test them. Even if you're a small company, even if you're a startup, you can become big. So I think that is part also of the European DNA, is to say we are really the ones who create competition, a fair competition. So these are two principles I think we have to refocus on. And in terms of implementing it, I agree, we need to implement the Draghi report. It has been out there. In Germany, the debate has unfortunately been focused on the side of the investments he calls for in terms of investments in infrastructure. I think the German debate about the Draghi report has been really, on such a tiny slice of it, instead of all he calls for in terms of innovation, how to better regulate, and that we really should go with all he says in all the dimensions. I think we urgently need a European Capital Market Union. We need to facilitate access to European capital to our European companies. We need to invest in our digital infrastructure. We have been working on a cloud, sovereign cloud, for many months and years without really getting into any success, because there was always the fear, if we do and go for a European sovereign cloud, we will endanger our American friends. Maybe it's a moment to rethink that we are better off with a European sovereign cloud. So there are a few things where I think we can put now things into perspective. And yes, we need to become faster, faster, faster. And if I may talk about Germany 1 second, I'm really in favor of a state reform. We need to look at our federal system, because we often do blame the EU, which is partially true, but we have our own homework to do. We have so many layers and so many,
irresponsibilities in terms of saying it's not me, it's somebody else who's responsible, which really makes our system slow and cumbersome. And I think that's the homework we have to do in Germany, while at the same time looking at the European level.
Manfred Weber, when you hear this, I mean, one of the sources of regulation and disadvantage in the global marketplace that you hear a lot, including from businesses here, has been some of the green, the focus on the green transition. And I know, and you have been one of the voices that's sort of questioning whether the pace of that needs to change. You know, is that an area where Europe actually should be rethinking its approach?
Well, it's one of the aspects which gives us a clear idea that the next years are composed by a lot of huge challenges. And also my political family, the biggest party in Europe, we are committed to fight against climate change. Whatever Trump is doing with Paris Agreement and so on, we are committed to this. It was under the leadership of Ursula von der Leyen to go in this direction and to be clear there, and we did it together. As Europeans, among countries, but also among political parties. What we need is, in this moment of time, to be much more pragmatic in the implementation. Sometimes Europe is too bureaucratic, too focused on rules, on regulation, and not really pragmatic. That is what has to change. And there, after the European elections last June, we have now a majority. EPP won the elections, and that's why now we translate this into practical work. That means less bureaucracy. But let me also add what you said at the beginning, confirm a little bit what you said at the beginning, why competitiveness is so late here on this stage, because, I say this because that is our today's strength as European. The 22% of our global GDP makes us strong. And why is this our strength? Not obviously the military side, not obviously the joint foreign affairs approach. It's the economic strength which makes us Europeans, gives us a voice in the world. And why is this the case? Because 30 years ago, people like Mitterrand and Kohl invented the single market. We started with single market. It was then 20 years ago when we created the euro, our common currency. So these tools are in European hands. I see José Manuel Barroso in front of me, former Commission President. This gives us, in a way, the European strength to be really respected in the world, because everybody respects our market strengths as Europeans. That is not the case on the military side, where we have still fragmented national thinking behind. And having this in mind, I would say if we want to create now economic growth, then first of all, we don't have to innovate so much. We have to do simply the same as we did it in the last decades. That means still strengthening the single market. We have on capital market union, not yet a single market. We have on energy, not yet a single market. We have on services, not yet a single market in Europe. So there we have to strengthen this, and then we can create growth. And let me add a final point. We have to be ready to work with the world. If America and also China is getting more difficult for us to work with, to trade with, then let's look for other regions. I tell you, we have Ursula von der Leyen signed a few weeks ago an agreement with South America, Mercosur. 720 million consumers are together in such a market. And I think if we are ready to sign such agreements, if we are ready to have in the European Parliament and majorities for such an agreement, then we can show the world that we find other partners to trade with, and that is the base for our economic strength.
Just to come back to you a little bit on that, because I think, I mean, the point that Mario Draghi was making in his piece yesterday is precisely that Europe has gained its strength, if it has strength, from trading overseas and for looking for markets overseas, and has grown its trade much more than other countries because it's limiting its trade internally. And so when you talk about looking for markets, shouldn't you just be looking for more growth and trade inside the Eurozone? Because it's a weakness now. Europe is vulnerable, having been so dependent on external trade.
Well, we need both, that's clear. Our economic strength also depends that we have great products whom we sell to the rest of the world. That's clear. On the economic deficit, on the trade deficit, just let me underline, the figures, that when we look only about the goods, then we have a trade deficit, or America is then having a fair point. But if we add then the services to this, then we have a quite balanced trading situation with America. So that's why let's have a look on all the forms where people spend money, invest money, and companies earn a lot of money. So I would say, let's be brave, let's be strong about this argumentation also to our American friends. I just, as a European politician, allow me to underline, I think it is needed that we really see the need that Europe acts together. And when Trump really has the intention to go further with the tariffs, then in this moment of time, the current Commission President, the current Commission can act. So they can impose tariffs. You know, we activated in September last year, in October last year, tariffs to electric vehicles from China towards the European market. Even without the consent from Germany on this, even without the consent. So Europe can act, and that is what I love to see, that Europe is capable to act with one voice in this world. That's why this is for me the argumentation also to do it in the areas of defense and also in the areas of foreign affairs.
Joel Captain, you're the odd one out on this panel, and not just because you're in the private sector, but you're sitting in a company that has responded very rapidly to the new environment created by Donald Trump. In fact, I think the original invitation to this panel probably went to Nick Clegg, but we're very glad to have you. Do you listen to this and just think Europe needs to get with the programme? We're talking about particular aspects of economic growth here, but your focus would obviously be the internet and new technology.
Yeah, thanks, Stephanie. And let me just say it's an honor to be here with such an august group talking about this issue. And I am heartened by the fact that this conversation is happening, and that whether it's Mario Draghi or whether it's policymakers and business leaders around Europe who have been really over the last year or so talking about the need to address this competitiveness issue, I think that's great. And but from our perspective, it really is time to see that commitment and that rhetoric translated into action. Because I think at least from our perspective, it's clear that the regulatory approach that Europe has been taking for the last period is not working for Europe. Now, of course, as an American company, there are things that we're not happy with, and that obviously will raise our issues with policymakers and with the Commission. But the most important thing is that the approach that Europe has taken on tech regulation has left Europe at a tremendous disadvantage when it comes to growth and innovation over the last 25 years. And for all of the reasons that the other panelists have said, that needn't be the case, because Europe has some of the most talented developers and entrepreneurs in the world. It's got some of the best universities in the world, just deep reservoirs of talent. But it just hasn't been the case that the digital single market has manifested in a way to allow Europe to leverage all of that talent and all of that capability. We do think that there are opportunities that companies like ours offer that will actually contribute and will help. And we hope that Europe in this new period will think of us as contributing to the European economy. And let me just take one example. In AI, which is obviously the subject of so much attention these days, Meta's approach to AI is to open source our models, our large language models. And we do that for our own reasons. That's good for Meta. It's also tremendously good for Europe, and just an extraordinary opportunity, because it means that Europe doesn't have to invest, for instance, the $65 billion that Meta is going to spend this year in building foundation models, or the $85 billion that Amazon has said that they're going to spend, or the $100 billion that Microsoft has spent building that foundational architecture. Instead, if you create the regulatory environment that's supportive of open source AI, all of those extraordinary developers working in Europe right now can build on top of that model for free, and can create all of their own custom innovations that will benefit governments, citizens, consumers in Europe. But it requires having the right regulatory environment. And even as these conversations are taking place, the implementation of the AI Act is working in the opposite direction. So you have a code of practice that's been drafted that would make open source AI extraordinarily difficult to move forward. That's going to put Europe at a huge disadvantage. So it's just sort of across the board. There are areas like that where, with the right approach to regulation, Europe really can leverage all of the tremendous resources that exist here, and can do that in a way that is actually beneficial to what I hope will be a partnership with America and the new administration. Because if Europe and the US don't grasp this opportunity, we know that there is one country out there that will, and that's China. And we've seen that in the last couple of weeks with the launch of DeepSeek, another open source AI model. We've seen this in past technologies. There's going to be a global open source model emerge. It's in all of our interests that when that model does emerge and it's adopted around the world, it's got embedded in it Western values that we all, I believe, still share.
I mean, I'm sure many people in this room will just feel that often when you're talking about excess regulation, many Europeans feel is about protecting citizens and protecting values that they care about, whether it's privacy, but also protection against misinformation. So, you know, I just want to sort of check. I mean, do you think that all of that constitutes excess regulation? Or, you know, do you agree with Vice President Vance that Europe is actually retreating from its values when it regulates hate speech online, when it regulates misinformation?
Yeah, so I guess what I would say is that if Europe measures the success of its regulatory regime in the number and size of fines it's able to lodge against U.S. tech companies, which I feel has been the case over the last few years, that's not going to benefit Europe. And it hasn't. This approach hasn't worked. That is not to say that Europe doesn't have every right to legislate and regulate its values and to require companies that are going to offer their services here to comply, and we do, and we will continue to comply with European laws and regulations. I would just urge that as Europe, as the Commission thinks about how to enforce those regulations, that they also take a look at what that means for the opportunities for Europe.
Francesca Brandner, you've been looking at me very urgently.
Yes, because again, on the implementation.
Sorry, it was just for Secretary Brandner, but then I will go to you, Mr. Weber.
No, I would like to, of course, we have to say that here. I'm like, you're from Meta, so I get that point. But on AI and the AI Act, you were talking about the code of conduct. Interestingly, the code of conduct is to be done by the companies. It's not the Commission doing it. And what is the objective of it is to make the LLM, the large language model, safe so that no external actor can go over and manipulate them. Which I think in these days, when we have a hybrid warfare in Europe, is not so unimportant to make sure that, you know, like if you have a very dangerous chemical plant, you need to make sure not everybody has access to it. And that's a bit what we're doing about the LLMs. But we said it's not the European Commission saying how to do it. It's companies themselves defining how that would be safe. And allow me to say, what are we talking about? Is it values? Is it free speech? And I've been thinking a lot. Some of you might know Hannah Arendt, who is a great German philosopher. And I want to read her quote in German. It's from her Auschwitz essays. And it says, and I translate afterwards, der wohl hervorstechendste und auch erschreckendste Aspekt der deutschen Realitätsflucht liegt in der Haltung, mit Tatsachen so umzugehen, als handele es sich bloße Meinungen. So she said that the most scary and most frightening part of German flight of reality was to treat facts as mere opinions. And she said that if you abolish facts, you lead to fascism. And I think that's something we all have to consider. That was her lesson nach Auschwitz, her conclusion of what facilitated in Germany the abolishment of democracy. So for me, that's, it's, you know, we're not just talking about free speech. It's if facts do continue to exist. And I think we will have to be very pragmatic in the implementation of that law. In Germany, I've been fighting hard not to get our federal 16 states to be so responsible that they can have 16 different interpretations, which would be a nightmare for any company in Germany. So we have to be very pragmatic. We have to be really focused on innovation. I very much agree with you on that. But that will be a battle. And I think we have to pool the funding at the European level in all of these innovations. We have a bit here and a bit there, and it's good on quantum, for example. But if we could pool it and make it really big, invest the next multi-annual financial framework really focus on the new technologies, give access to the capital market much better, I think we could be better off and really create our new talents and our new companies.
Manfred Weber.
And there is on this question about what is allowed in social media, what is not allowed in social media, there is a broad common understanding in Europe that we have to set rules there. I just give you one example about data protection rules. 10, 15 years ago, we were heavily criticized that we set some standards there as Europeans, that was arguing that you will push out all innovation out of Europe. Now on global level, in other parts, in India and so on, taking our rules as a kind of a copy and paste approach, that this is in a way setting at least minimum standards. And there we as Europeans probably are different. You know, in China only state decides, in America mainly market decides. If I may say, we have the idea of setting some criteria for a market which should give them limits, what is allowed and not. That is where we are in common. I have to say that this is set and this will be defended also by the Commission, by Henna Virkkunen as responsible Vice President to implement this. But on the other hand, I fully share this question of pragmatism, and there I have to say, there we are in a party political conflict. So the Greens and Socialists in the European Parliament don't follow this logic in this moment of time. They are not following the idea that we are going in a very pragmatic approach. I give you one example. When it is about the biggest industry in Bavaria in Germany, it's a car industry, and we spoke about the combustion engine, that we are not forbidding best technologies we have in the European Union by law. We say that's stupid to forbid your own technology you have. The Greens and the left wants to regulate even technologies. And there is obviously also a Democratic Party political split inside the debate, which is decided by the voters. So we have a center-right majority now in the European Parliament. And that's why, to give you also one concrete example, last week the Commission decided to withdraw artificial intelligence liability regulation, which was proposed and is now off the table. So we go again in this direction, as it was described, yes to the rules, yes to common sense about what is good for a society, but on the other hand, let's be now pragmatic, let's be business-orientated. That's needed for Europe.
Prime Minister Frieden, you wanted to get in briefly.
Yeah, this is a continent that has been built on the principle of the rule of law and international law. And I'm quite amazed that also listening to what has happened over the past few days here in Munich and since the 20th of January, that those fundamental principles are being challenged. And I think we as Europeans have also to be self-confident and stick to the principles we fundamentally believe in. And I'm grateful that you quoted things that are based on the lessons of history of this country and of Europe. The same is true for international law. I mean, when I hear sentences regarding Greenland, when I hear that the borders that were set after the end of the Second World War and the end of the Cold War could be changed by force, I mean, this is not the Europe I want to live in. And so I think we as Europeans, as 400 million people, we have to stick to a certain number of fundamental principles and fight for them and talk to our American friends about them. Because if we change those rules, then I think we go to a direction of a Europe in which I would not like to live in.
I think I want to get back to the economics in 1 minute, but given that we've had...
It's all related, because competitiveness is a tool, of course, to create jobs, is a tool to make sure that our continent can finance its own security, can finance the energy transition. So competitiveness is not something, a goal in itself. It's a tool to achieve other goals we strongly believe in as well on this continent.
Absolutely. I mean, just on... Joel Cuckman, if I just come back to you briefly, I mean, you made the point about the size of the fines. They should not measure their success on this by the size of the fines. Can I just confirm, because you've referred to those fines, or at least Meta has referred to those fines as tariffs. So it seems to my ears that you would quite like President Trump to include those fines or be thinking of those fines when they make an assessment of the European regime and whether or not there should be a US response. So can I just confirm, is that just me going crazy? Or would Meta quite like the fines against companies like Meta to be included in Donald Trump's assessment?
Yeah, well, I do think that one of the things that President Trump has made clear since he's taken office is that he is going to defend U.S. companies and U.S. business abroad. And particularly if he feels that U.S. companies have been treated unfairly. And while we want to work within the confines of the laws that Europe has passed, and we always will point out when we think we're being treated unfairly. And I do think that there has been a number of areas, not just affecting Meta, where the enforcement of the laws has focused on U.S. tech companies, and there has been a sense that if we constrain the U.S. tech companies, that will somehow lead to the type of growth that we all want for Europe. And I don't think that's been successful. And I'm hopeful that will evolve going forward.
You think it's a trade barrier? You think it should be seen as a trade barrier? Those fines against Meta for not implementing, for I don't know, GDPR or other things, should be seen the same as a trade barrier?
I think I think when companies are treated differently, and in a way that is discriminatory against them, then that should be highlighted to that company's home government. And so I think we will do that with President Trump. What he decides to do about it is clearly up to him, but I don't think we're going to shy away from saying when we think that the enforcement of these laws is being directed at us in a way that goes beyond what the Parliament passed and what the institutions passed, and that we don't think is good for European growth and is not fair to our companies. We're not going to be shy about that, but that doesn't mean we're not going to come here and work constructively and try to have productive conversations with the policymakers and the folks who are in charge of enforcing those laws.
I genuinely don't want to get completely sidetracked on this issue, but if anyone wants to come back very briefly on that, or you're...
For me, it's clear it's about implementation of our rules, and that we are saying that this is company by company different is exactly implementing the rule of law. Because we are not like America simply imposing tariffs to a country. We do the tariffs company by company. We do this based on the rule of law, and you can go to the court to challenge the decision of the European Commission. That's exactly the model of Europe, and not the not the motivation of America to do this.
With respect, it's also because it's also because Europe does not have any tech champions who might be the subject of these kind of fines. I mean, surely, that is at the heart of some of this conversation.
But that is even the argument that we are not prioritizing or supporting our companies because we don't have this global level at this moment. That's another dimension of the discussion. I would say that that's why we have to reform our competition law in Europe, that we are really building up global champions. In this moment of time, I have still Siemens and Alstom, this merger in mind, which was a historic mistake not to allow them to come together and build up a real global champion. That is what we need in this Europe. They have the power. With the 440 million European citizens and consumers, we have the economic power to do so, but that's more linked to our internal rules.
Well, I think let's move on, because you did, Manfred Weber, you did mention earlier the importance of European defence base and building that up as part of it. And I had obviously drawn the link between the European competitiveness and defence spending in my opening remarks. So Prime Minister Frieden, you're here representing the EU leaders on this panel. Do you see the European defence sector as a key part of future conversations around combining these two issues, the need for greater economic growth, but also for more defence spending?
Of course, as I said, I think the economy is not a goal in itself. It's something that you need to achieve other goals. And due to the geopolitical environment, it's obvious, and it has been obvious even before Trump came to power, that Europe needs to do more for its own security. We need to reshape, of course, the whole security architecture in light of what happened in Ukraine, in light of discussions that are currently going on. And so I think, as Manfred Weber said before, this is a moment where we need to unite more, and we need to do this faster. That's a call to ourselves at the level of the heads of state and government. I think our biggest challenge is to be united and to be fast. And when Manfred, for instance, mentioned rightly so, the need to have free trade agreements. I mean, we are an export-driven economy as well. We need to deepen the single market, eliminate the number of barriers there, so to create growth by internal consumption and production, including in the area of defense. We need to produce more, buy more European, and at the same time we need to open up new markets. But then I do realize that when we are 27 countries, look the discussion that we have in our member states about Mercosur. That is a very difficult debate. So it's not enough for Ursula von der Leyen to sign a treaty. I mean, we afterwards need to, in our democracies, and we are 27 democracies, we need to approve these texts. And I can tell you, and you read that, and you know that in some countries, that will be a very difficult debate. Take France, for instance. So I think that is where we need to be more united. We need to do more on defense, on competitiveness, on energy, on free trade, and if we achieve that, I think Europe is a continent with a great economic future.
Will the European defence sector be on the agenda at President Macron's leader meeting tomorrow?
I prefer that we are meeting 27 together, because Europe needs to be united, and therefore it's very important, and I convey that message also to President Costa, that it's very important that in the coming days, in light of what's going on between Russia and America and Russia, that Europe is united, defines a common policy. We have always said we need the future of Ukraine, which is much more than just the future of Ukraine, needs to be decided by the Europeans and the Ukrainians because they are the ones who have been attacked.
But Prime Minister, just to be clear, so you're complaining that it's not all 27 leaders tomorrow at the meeting. Because the lesson of the last week or so is that President Trump really prefers to deal with one person, and yet we're saying it can't even be a handful of European leaders, it has to be all of them, all the time. Is that right?
I don't want neither President Trump nor somebody else to decide how Europe should work. We need to be united, and the more united we are, the better it is and the stronger we are. Now, I don't mind that some countries meet if they discuss military issues in light of their military competence and what they have done so far in Ukraine, but it's much better that we meet the 27. I don't know exactly what the topic of that meeting in Paris is, because I think very few countries will attend it, but what is necessary is that we have a united vision, that we are united, and for instance, in our political family, and I applaud President Manfred Weber for that, the leaders of the EPP will in the coming days also have meetings to define their position. That is the strength of Europe, if we are united. It's about the future of Europe.
I think what is important to understand is that the US can apply tariffs to individual member states. We always talk about tariffs that will apply to the EU, but de facto they can apply tariffs to Germany, to France, to Portugal, to Luxembourg individually. And I think that is the big threat, that if we now go divided, we will not be able to answer. And the only way to survive is if we say whoever gets attacked by tariffs, we will respond united. If we give up on this, we will be terribly divided and we will have no chance to really make any, to survive in this economic battle. And I think that is what one has to keep in mind. I think what is good is to invite the UK. I think it's important when it comes to defense and security to get the UK back on board. It makes for me perfect sense. But we shouldn't forget we have the Baltics and the Scandinavians and all of us to be united. And when we talk about defense industry and when we talk about science, also AI in the sector, I really wish we would not only talk about the combustion engine, but really talk about these new technologies. I think part of our German problem is that we have been debating for 10 years now the future of the combustion engine, and we have not been debating quantum, biotech, robotics. That's the future. I don't want to put the automotive smaller than it is, but I really think we have to focus on the future technologies, put all we have in there so that we can compete worldwide.
Okay. We We have just a few minutes for questions, and I want to be sure to get in the first question from the Munich young leader, who is a member of the Camera dei Deputati at the Parliament of the Italian Parliament, Federica Onori. Hi, so you've got your microphone.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to our esteemed speakers for having shared with us their views. My question is related to the competitiveness, of course, and I would like to ask you, how do you think we can find a decent trade-off between economic convenience, so let's say low prices of the economic factors, let's say cheap energy, and economic security? Let's say reliable supply chains, let's say to produce your own energy, for example, by using nuclear energy. So if there's a lesson to learn in how to find a good trade-off between these two things from the recent past that we can learn, according to you? And second question, whether you think to have a collective exercise of public acknowledgement of the decisions that brought us here can help people to regain trust in institutions, or rather it would give a weapon into the hands of those who try to gain consensus, delegitimizing institutions. Thanks.
Okay, that's two quite big questions. I don't know, Federica, do you want to come back?
On the first question, I would be happy to answer. I just got back from a company's meeting on circular economy, on raw materials and rare earth. And there you see the climate aspect of reducing energy, of reducing resource use, is at the same time helping our security, because we are terribly dependent on them from China, be it on the digital or new technologies, up to 100%. And everything that we are able to recycle here at home makes us less dependent, and at the same time is very much helping the climate. So I think there are many things where it goes closely together. If we do that in a pragmatic and good way, it will serve both ends.
So, and you don't think there's any time for, because your party has been very determined on still shutting down the nuclear power plants, even though Europe has been under strain, Germany in particular, not having gas from Russia. They think even with very much higher energy prices in Europe being a real economic disadvantage, you don't think there should be any compromise on that, any change?
We really don't think that this is the future of Germany. When you look at how we have been able to reduce the prices, we have to, what our problem is the cost of the net, etc. By the way, the CDU has now a very similar approach to that. And my question in Germany is about costs and about where would it be built. If any politician tells me the Landkreis where it will be built, I'm happy to enter a discussion.
Manfred Weber.
And when it is about the ambitions, we all share the same perspective. On the long run, the energy independency of Europe will be great. But when it is about the practical implementation, again, pragmatism. Not that parties and politicians decide about the technologies we use. That's for nuclear, where the Greens and the Socialists are critical, and that's also for the combustion engine. I come back to this. It's quite symbolic on this. Why do we regulate as politicians the technology behind? That is a key aspect for the future of our economy, that the states stays out of these kind of discussions. And there we are, just to show this, it's not only a European spirit there, there's also different ideas in Europe about how to approach
but Manfred,
things
you know what
in tomorrow's
is in the
world.
law? It just says climate neutral, and it doesn't say any technology. Really, you voted for it, so you should know what you voted for.
I didn't vote for it. I didn't vote for it. Just to clarify this, because I thought always it is wrong, and it is the regulation is that it is not allowed anymore with any kind of CO2 that cars are produced. So the combustion engine is currently forbidden. In this regard, again, nobody takes into question that the future is electric, that the future is also self-driving cars. That's the future, and that we have to prioritize. Okay. But again, BMW, for example, here to talk about a company which is extremely important for competitiveness here in this region, is front runner on electric. And they tell us, give us the chance also to produce some hybrid cars also for the future. That is what we need, and there, again, we need
much though I like to have fights break out on the panel, I wanted to make sure we use our last 2 minutes. I mean, Joel Kaplan, did you have any response to either of these, the questions of the trade-off and the...
I think I would just say that to the extent that policymakers, as they think about these new technologies, can approach them in thinking about the opportunities that they provide in at least equal measure that they think about the risk that they provide. I think if we get that balance right, there will be greater opportunities to really harness it and make those technologies work for the benefit of all Europeans.
Okay, we get one more question. It has to be brief and it can't be a long speech.
Very quick question. I see there was a little bit of a dispute between regulation and competitiveness and innovation. However, with more and more fake news that surrounds us, less and less people are resorting to some of the traditional social media platforms because you get bombarded with too much fake news, with too much propaganda. So don't you think there could be a common ground between fact-checking and competitiveness? Because the future of the technology in the informational space is to actually get good information in an easy way and making sure that the propaganda doesn't overshadow the truth in these social media networks. Just a question. Thank you.
It is true. It goes quite to the heart of Europe's approach. They believe fundamentally that a well-informed citizenry is going to be an increasingly important economic competitive advantage. Do you recognise that, Joel? When you hear people talking about these issues, that actually people think that information in itself, that accurate information, is economically valuable?
Well, we don't want people sharing misinformation. We don't want misinformation on our platforms. People don't like misinformation. People do have different perspectives about what's misinformation and what's not. And the approach that we're adopting going forward and starting in the U.S. this year is to use the diverse voices that exist on our platform to assess what they're seeing and provide additional information. At the end of the day, we do think the answer to bad information is more information and better information, and we think our services are well positioned to provide that.
That's fair. Very briefly from the three of you, yeah.
And if you allow me probably at the end to bridge in a way to America, I think we have in a lot of issues, having now the new administration in mind, we have to learn how to work with them. But when it is about really going back to substance, we have a lot of things in common. When it is about that we define Hamas terror as a bad thing, and you cannot make any kind of propaganda in social media for Hamas terror. That we define anti-Semitism as a bad thing. And then we have to guarantee that this is not happening in social media. So I think there is a common, we have even on foreign interference a common understanding. So we also have some problems with some foreign interference. Russia, Romania, the case elections there. And in America they are discussing TikTok about the Chinese impact. So we have in a way common understanding there. Having this in mind, let's try to find formats to sit together and find a common regulatory framework for the future of innovation.
Very briefly.
When we come to the regulatory framework, what I think is important is to, and I go back to my first point, is about competition policy. It's allow our companies to become large and to fight against tech oligarchs. And I think that is the dual side we have to manage, is to allow ours, when they merge, to finally do it, become bigger, make use of the European market, take a much more pragmatic approach to our regulation, and at the same time continue to find oligarchs.
Prime Minister Flynn, you have the last word.
Every society to function well needs a certain number of rules. That is true for smaller groups and larger groups, and it's true for the community of nations. So without rules, society will not work. But when it comes to economic development, we must make sure that our economic rules that we have set up in Europe do not become counterproductive. And so our call to ourselves is to make sure that we check whether these rules really lead to what we want to achieve, and that is economic prosperity. And I think that in the past we have not taken that sufficiently into account. So let's review that, but we need to keep a certain number of rules to make our life a worthwhile living.
A characteristic note on which to end, but thank you very much to all my speakers for a very lively panel, and thank you.
Please remain seated in the main conference hall. We'll continue with the program momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated in the main conference.
You're watching BR24 live on this year's Munich Security Conference, and the next
panel coming up is called Never Waste a Quarter-Life Crisis, New Solutions in a Polarized Century, with, among others, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, head of the United Transitional Cabinet of Belarus. This panel discussion will start shortly, so just stay with us. You're watching BR24 Live.
Hello, everyone. Can we sit down and get started, please? And could I have my wonderful panelists on stage already, please, while we wait for others to leave the hall? Can I just say to those in the room, you're my favorite people, you're the serious people, you're the ones who are doing this till the bitter end, or in this case, the sweet end. Welcome to the last session of this year's Munich Security Conference, and it's been quite an interesting conference, hasn't it? Some of you may remember how I introduced this session last year, how I was wondering whether it was such a great idea to let someone moderate who hadn't slept for 3 days. So here I am again. So apparently either someone thought that it was a good idea to let me moderate, which I can't really believe, or I think what's much more likely is that this is my team's devilish plan to get back at me for all the work that I made them do over the last 3 days and the months preceding. I can see their devilish grin over there, and please be kind to me for the next 45 minutes. But luckily, I have 4 wonderful panelists with me to save the day. They will distract from my sorry state with their brilliant answers. We have Svetlana, the democratically elected president of Belarus and a true friend of the Munich Security Conference. We have Elena, member of Congress from Guatemala and almost as important, of our Women Parliamentarian program. We have Alexandra, a member of the Polish Parliament, and you can guess it, our Women Parliamentarians program. And last but not least, we've got Utara, a member of the Namibian Parliament, and not the Women Parliamentarian program. We have another cool program, the Munich Young Leaders program. Welcome to all 4 of you. So what we will do in the next 35 minutes and 24 seconds is we will try to make sense of this conference and what our clever policy team has called a quarter-life crisis in a polarized century. A quarter-life crisis, and some of you may still remember it, is the time in one's mid-20s where one questions one's life choices, the quality of one's life, and one's future. And in a similar way, and we've seen this very clearly on this stage and the other stages of the last couple of days, we are at one of these inflection points currently where we are questioning everything and where a lot has been questioned on this stage. And so what I'm going to do now for the next 10 to 15 minutes is go through a few of the crises that these wonderful women want to talk about. We will look and that is a little dedication to our chairman, for some of the silver linings in these crises. I will ask them what gives them hope. I will ask them, how can we escape this polarization? How can we depolarize? And then we will open the floor to all of you. So, Svetlana, which crisis are you most worried about?
You know, at the moment of quarter-life crisis, I think that every person has to think about crisis of values we have at the moment. It's important to realize that our values are good. We don't have to revise them, because some think, oh, what's being discussed in the world? Do we have to protect freedom and democracy, or maybe we have to protect business interests? What will I choose? And it's interesting that many people now who are living in democracy, they don't notice it. We have to remember always that there are some nations and people, like in Belarus or Ukraine or other countries, who are dying for freedom, who are dying for independence and for democracy, and some take it for granted. I'm talking a lot to young people, and they don't know how to explain democracy because they enjoy it every day. And we have to show importance of this. We have to talk to them, because many people think, no, democracy is understandable for everybody. No, it is not. We have to remind what it is, how to protect it, because every day, not only people who are fighting for democracy experiencing, brutality and tyranny, democracy in democratic countries is also under threat. And it's responsibility of every young person, to protect it, but to protect what you know about, to protect how you feel it, if you know what it is, why it is necessary for your country and for you personally, so then you will find arguments, how to take care of this. So again, there is no necessity to revise, just protect, because it's the core of democracy, is the core of our comfortable and peaceful lives.
Thank you. Alexandra, your quarter-life crisis.
Yes, I think that building up on what Madam President already so eloquently put, for me, indeed, it is the crisis of liberal democracy. So, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, what has happened over the past 48, 72 hours, in front of our very eyes, also in these rooms, to me means essentially the end of the post-Cold War liberal order that we know. And we must dramatically change our ways, as unfortunate as it is. So essentially the post-Second World War order that was shaped in Europe, and that of which safety and security, the US, has been almost a self-proclaimed guarantor, has been shattered once Vladimir Putin has received an endorsement for violating the international borders. And now, ladies and gentlemen, when I think about it, how have we arrived here? How did we allow for this to happen? And I do a little of the European soul searching for that, to take some of our responsibility as well, is that unfortunately 3 years into the war, 1,085 days into the conflict, we had allowed for a new US administration to be the first agenda setter on the exit strategy, because we actually, as Europe, we had never defined the strategy, we never defined what is success for us, what is the goal for us. We said we're going to support the, bleeding Ukraine for however long it takes, but we never actually defined what does it mean, what and when exactly are going to be delivered. delivered, you know? What are the borders that cannot be moved, you know? Who and when is going to be sent where? And this has led us into the moment, essentially, in which we find ourselves now. And I've mentioned it in a couple of rooms these days, but never had the occasion to do it on the main stage. So let me perhaps reiterate. And I believe that many of you, and also many of my compatriots in Poland, will agree. To us, Donetsk is Ukraine. Lugansk is Ukraine. Kherson is Ukraine. Crimea is Ukraine. Mykolaiv is Ukraine. And so is Odessa. And so are other areas in Ukraine that are currently being threatened by Vladimir Putin when it comes to territorial integrity. And ladies and gentlemen, we must understand right now that not only EU must step up, but the battlegrounds for democracy, for liberal democracy that are currently in crisis, are interconnected. So whatever is currently happening in Kiev, whatever is happening in Minsk as well, is interconnected to our very fight for our own liberal democracies. And just so you know, on building maybe, if I can, Madam President, on the brave, beautiful example of the Belarusian opposition, you know, of which a part has sought refuge and political asylum in my country, in Poland, to which we're deeply privileged that we can support. On the 26th of January, there was another rigged election, you know, with Alexander Lukashenko sort of becoming a president in a so-called self-proclaimed democratic election in Belarus. And just the following day, I myself tried to propose a bill in Poland, in Polish parliament, that I hope will be processed within the next 2 weeks or so, to not recognize the results of the elections. And just so you know, when we think of the heroic, romantic fight of the Belarusian opposition, you know, let's think, for instance, of the example of the Kalinowski contingent, which are brave Belarusian fighters currently on the front lines in Ukraine that are fighting za wolność naszą i waszą, which means for freedom, yours and ours, you know? And if that is not to revive our deep commitment to our own values here, you know, then what else would? Let us remember that the fight that President Volodymyr Zelensky is doing, that the fight that Madame Svetlana Tikhanovskaya is doing currently, is for daring to associate themselves with liberal democracies, with freedoms, with sovereignty, with our very own values. They're bleeding to death for the values of NATO and for the values of the EU. And bravo for that.
So you see, we're bringing some energy back into this room. Tara, what's your quarter-life crisis?
Thank you very much. My quarter-life crisis is inequality, the growing existing inequality that we have in various sectors, particularly unemployment. If we look at the Western sector, the automation and the GIG economies create, you know, a sphere where employment, it's hard to find permanent employment in a growing world that is, technology is taking over everything. In the Global South, for example, we have crippling unemployment rates that in my country, for example, about 50% of our population are unemployed. What does that create? A life where I'm not able to provide for myself, a life where I'm economically unstable, a life where I basically have the challenges of just to survive on a daily basis has become limited. Another issue is around inequality that I would like to talk about is the debt crisis that we have within the Global South. Now, one of our funny conversations what we have is, why do these people give us aid while they know, firstly, countries are corrupt in Africa, number one, through the government, and number two, the mechanisms to pay back this debt because of the corruption that has crippled Africa, it does not help us. To what extent has the aid really helped Africa to a long-term lens when you look at it? It has exacerbated inequality because what it does, it uplifts us economically temporary, and then once the aid is gone, it leaves us in a phase of debt crisis. And what we've seen in the rise of the global golden era of the African countries, immediately after independence from 1960 to 1970, you've seen it in countries like Ghana, where they have inherited great raw materials during their independence. And then you have seen what the IMF has done with the structural adjustment through their policies and what that has done to the current face of Africa. Other issues, again, are issues on food security, the inequality of food security and the weaponization of food. We have spoken about how currently in two countries, in Ukraine and Russia, the Russian blockage of grain and how it affected the access to trade within our countries, the inflation that was caused, particularly affecting African countries. How is it that two European countries, for example, when they're in war, the rest of the world starves? Does it not encourage us to rethink the way we do our trade policies as the African nation? And the inequality also in terms of our voice. We are not given the platform in terms of African, the global south. You provide African solutions to African problems without giving empowerment to the African leaders that will be the ones to implement these policies effectively. And then when the policies fail and exacerbate inequality, we get to suffer on the continent.
Thank you. And on to the next continent, on to Guatemala.
Okay, thank you. I have been thinking about this for the last months, and I think that it is important to add that there is an intergenerational crisis because we are not having this. Well, I think that there is a disconnection between the different generations. So the generations that precede us learned about the Cold War, the Latin American dictatorships, the internal conflicts, because they lived those moments, no? So the people of the new generations, we were born in a world of peace. So there's a disconnection, and we are doing the same mistakes that we did in the 20th centuries, for example. And now we are questioning canons that we already resolved about, for example, human rights, racism, xenophobia. So I think that it is very important to have this discussion between the different, with the different generations, because to resolve and to see a better future and a clear future, we need to understand the mistakes that we did in the past and do not repeat them. So I think that it is very important to have this on mind and work together, because we already did a lot of mistakes in the 20th century, and we need to understand about them, to learn about them, and to do the things better all together.
Thank you. So we've just heard about a crisis of values, a crisis of liberal democracy, a crisis of inequality, a crisis of generational disconnect. And over the last 3 days, we've heard about many other crises. We at the Munich Security Conference have worked really hard to ensure that this is not going to be yet another doom and gloom conference. We've done everything we could, and man, have we failed. Here and there was a lot of doom and gloom. But as our chairman always says, there always is a silver lining out there somewhere. And the last round of warm-up questions before we engage with all of you, to my beloved panelists, where is your silver lining? When you look back at the last 3 days, what actually gave you hope? What did not freak you out?
No, I'm protecting democracy. I want Belarus to become a democratic country, because we understand the value of democracy. So democracy is about people. And what gives me hope is every person who is not giving up fighting for democracy. Every Belarusian, who in prison, who are not giving up and don't, ask for pardoning, Lukashenko's regime. Those people who don't betray their values and principles just to live a richer life. Maria Zaitseva from Belarus, who participated in a prize in 2020, was injured, went through rehabilitation, and in 2022 she went to fight for Ukraine. She became sniper, and she was recently killed. She believed till the end, into values. I see so many faces, in our audience who I know want to contribute into democracy and doing so much to help those who are fighting, for the values. I don't want to see, empty eyes in front of me when I talk about democracy. I want people to understand that dictatorship, tyranny is like cancer. It will be spread further and further until people like you will not stop it. And our unity is our strength, and it's in our hands, to dismantle the regimes, to help those who are fighting against dictators. But, we can't win the fight for democracy alone. We need strong democratic countries to stand with us. And sometimes I feel that democracy stops believing in itself. I see how people from democratic countries are afraid to stand up and say a word to dictatorship, because I understand the dictators, they don't respect rules, they cross red line after red line, but you have teeth and you have to protect your values that your countries are based on. And every person has to contribute in this, because democracy is about responsibility, first of all, and everyone is responsible for saving democratic values.
And I think in this room, there is only one set of empty eyes, and that is mine, because of a lack of sleep. All the rest are burning with passion. What gives you hope, Alexandra?
So, I might say something slightly daring, but I'm saying it as a person that is actually deeply committed to the values of transatlanticism and to the American-European cooperation. But what gives me hope, facing what we're currently facing, is that multilateralism and defiance and the defense of freedom doesn't actually begin and end in Washington. And when the normal leaders of global governance and global democracy sometimes make mistakes, then we are ready to lead, and we are ready to step up. And, of course they say that pen is mightier than the sword. But I think that in this era, unfortunately, due to the tragedy of the situation, we must learn how to yield both, how to equip ourselves with both. And my country, Poland, is perhaps a shining example that democracies can win. In 2023, we had such a moving, heartbreaking victory of a white democratic coalition. And I myself, running as an independent at the time, currently a member of the Civic Coalition, Donald Tusk party, have been, rallying on the streets day and night for many months. I was a humanitarian aid worker. I returned from Ukraine. I served in Ukraine, and I returned from Ukraine to try to rally for everyone to vote. And we had queues of young people in the polling stations, to the 3 a.m. in the morning trying to vote. And we're trying to rebuild our society that for 8 years was going to the populist direction. We're trying to rebuild our democratic institutions, but not only that. We currently invest the highest amongst all NATO allies when it comes to our GDP for defense. Poland invests 4.7% into defense. Now that's a lot. And of course it's hard on our society, as it is hard on many of yours. But we're also hoping to make sure that these investments go into science, technology, jobs, R&D, that they allow for our economic growth, But we are ready to take the lead on security, not only to be a security, dependent force, but to be a security provider, to be the strongest shield that you can have, our allies, of NATO's eastern flank. And I know it's an enormous responsibility for our country, but hopefully with humility and with no hubris, we can rise to that responsibility to be a responsible ally on an international arena and a responsible leader of the NATO's eastern flank. So yeah, that gives me hope.
What gives you hope, Tara?
I think what gives me hope and what is constantly emphasized in this conference is a shift of narrative from looking at our differences from a competition perspective, but looking at it as how we can further cooperate for our interest, for global challenges that affect all of us. Not looking at it from an ideological perspective, but looking at issues at a human rights level. Discussions that we had here, for example, on climate change, I could relate from the Western world to the global world, global South world. Issues around land redistribution that we had here, rights of independence, the right to self-determination, gave me great hope. If we look at how the reforms on the United Nations, on how we can empower the United Nations, for example, the discussions that were had here, and the inputs that were given from member states on how to ensure that the UN and other institutions can be empowered to ensure that if a country, for example, like when the US left important treaties, how is it that it can control, and continue to manage these differences, continue to manage cooperation, even without, the dominance of one particular country. How we can use the UN, for example, to look at our humanitarian crisis, and how we can look at protectionist laws to protect our volunteers within war zones who are casualties, for example, in what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in Syria. This is discussions when we're opening up to diversity, looking away from the past, looking at what's happening now, trying to find solutions, commonalities for a greater world. That gives me great joy. Opening and recognizing diverse voices, such as voices of the Global South, Africans that can come and speak here and talk about issues that happen to them, women in enslavement in specific areas, and having a global international voice. That gives me hope that we are moving in a right direction. It doesn't matter how scary the world looks like right now. We have been discussing on government level of we're not sure what's going to happen in terms of how our foreign relations will look like, what will happen in terms of cooperation would look like. But institutions like this, platforms like this, gives me hope, and to ensure that we can strengthen our voice irrespective of the chaos outside. We can strengthen unity, we can recognize independence, and we can recognize our first and most important thing as a global citizen in this country, in this world, is to make sure that each and every person in this world has a quality of life. And through policies, negotiation, diplomacy, we can accomplish it. And I am very much ecstatic with that.
Thank you.
I think that democracy gives me hope. And see you all here gives me hope. Because that means that we are here because we are interested to work together to do a better world. The Women Parliamentarian Program gives me hope. All the women parliamentarians around the world give me hope. The little girls, the children from Guatemala, my little niece, my mom, all of them give me hope. And that's why we are here, and we are keep working and working for them. So democracy and work together for me and for Guatemala gives us hope.
Thank you. So we have 12 minutes and 7 seconds left for a few questions. I may be tired, but I'm not tired enough. In fact, I am quite awake, and I will realize if you're not actually asking a question, but making a statement, and I will stop you. As is tradition, the first question goes to a Munich young leader, and it's Daniela Soto. Where are you, Daniela?
Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be here in front of you. We know that one of the reasons why polarized narratives grow so quickly within democracies is political leaders, but in particular, populist leaders. And the question is, what can we do to defeat these polarized narratives and bring our democracies together? More specifically, what are some ways to counter polarization from the role of political parties in times where polarized narratives actually win elections? And I think this is a question of interest for every single country represented in this room. What is the incentive for political parties to offer moderate candidates when it is polarized candidates, the ones who win elections?
So how do we depolarize? Who wants to take this one? Do you want to go, Alexandra?
Yes, if I can. So regarding populism and depolarization, so I think that I think that we have to be stronger and braver and more clear and direct on unmasking the banality of evil and the slippery slope of going into violence, from the humanization to violence, that the populists, very often extreme right-wing parties, that currently emerge in different parts of Europe as well, to which direction they're going, and also how much they serve the interests of the authoritarian regimes, including Kremlin's interests. So whether it's AFD, if you allow me, whether it's Alternative for Deutschland, whether it's Nigel Farage in the UK, whether it's Marine Le Pen in France, they all have a certain set of things in common. This dehumanization narrative, scapegoating on internal enemy, quite often migrants, external enemy as well, and this strange fascination almost with Vladimir Putin, And we must really unmask how extremely dangerous is that. And while doing so, we have to remember that when we're trying to engage the young citizens, to go and vote, very often they're only addressed and engaged by the most radical, either the radical left or the radical right, Whereas actually, an average voter is not exactly there, And I think that we have to change our narrative, Our narrative when it comes to promoting liberal democracy, promoting liberalism, has been a bit bloodless, has been a bit uninspiring, And if we can better relate to values, if we can enchant somebody with the idea of civic engagement, of taking responsibility. But what I've found, at least, from our campaigns in Poland, is that you don't engage young people by coercing them to do so, by forcing them to go to vote, but by telling them, you are needed. The alternative to your engagement in the world, young boy, young girl, is a world that is worse, that is less just, and you're needed. And it is your responsibility, to ensure that whatever talent, whatever intellect, whatever heart, whatever skill you hold, and every one of us has such, right? It actually meets a certain need in the world, and it fills that void, and it makes it slightly better. And I think that rhetoric of taking responsibility, which gives life so much meaning and depth, is one that we sort of lost, And I would love if we come back a little more to that, so be far more direct in unmasking the evil of the far right and of populists, and to be far more inspiring and kind, and engaged, in spreading the positivity and positive values of civic engagement. Thank you.
Does anyone want to add to this? Then we go to Maggie for the next question. And can we then have a man ask a question, please?
Benedict, you've done quite well. Maggie Feldman-Pilch. I think it's easy to forget, given how incredible all four of you are, that you don't all four...
What do you mean with four?
Well, we do adore you, Benedict. That you all four don't yet have all the resources and the platforms that you need yet. So I ask you, here at the Munich Security Conference and being live streamed around the world, is there something that you need, not necessarily your cause, but each of you as individuals, to get where you need to go, where you want to go, that we can help give you?
Who wants to take this? We do have 6 minutes and 30 seconds, so yes, then make it quick, please.
I think that it is very important for me and very helpful, this networking with different parliamentarians, for example, for all around the world, because it is very interesting to see how the issues or the problems that we have, for example, in Guatemala, are the same that they are living in Nigeria, for example. So to exchange the experiences or just talk with somebody that understands me, it really helps to me. So if we can improve or to have more programs to exchange our experiences from different, for example, in my case, parliamentarians, it really helps me.
Should we go down the row?
For me, I stand as an advocate for African voices. what this would do is to help me emphasize African voices by ensuring that platforms like this reach a larger scale of African countries. We need more African leaders, not just myself and a couple of African faces that I've seen, but we need them to be on the table. You cannot continue making African, what I was talking about in the room, that you can't continue providing African solutions to African problems, excluding African leaders. That doesn't work. We need to enhance the African agenda on the global sphere. We need to enhance the Global South agenda within the international relations. We are the ones, for example, in climate change that deal with the most deepened consequences of global change that sometimes is inflicted by the Western world. But when it comes to the decision making, billions of dollars are channeled through climate change, accountability organizations. And when money is funneled down, it does not reach to the African countries that actually need it. So we need the platform. We need to have more diverse voices. This is a very good start. I appreciate it. But how you can help me is let's go to Africa and let's have a voice there.
Alexandra?
So I'd say what's tremendously helpful is, I think, when people with very little political experience, such as myself, I'm in active politics only a year and a half now, do receive understanding and support, even if it's a kind nod. And here I would like to call some of some very special people that I see in the audience in the first row that I didn't expect to see today, but are sitting here and were smiling to me throughout the panel. So on one hand, it's Joanna Kluzik-Rostkowska, who's the vice chair of the Polish Committee of Defense. And while I sat here, she's a mentor and a friend, and she was looking at me and smiling. And the other one is Tutti, a former minister in the Finnish government, actually, who's sending me her hearts. And that's incredible, to extremely experienced women, that are looking at us here, and giving us strength. And another thing that for me is tremendously helpful is that, it is, of course, we're talking here politics and chaos and political turmoil, and division. And I think sometimes, just looking up the sky, a little nature and a little poetry goes a long way. But it is in the letter of John Adams, so the former president of the United States, to his wife, where he said that, we must engage in politics and in war, so that, and I'm paraphrasing right now, I don't exactly remember the quote, but that so our children, can get engaged in science and mathematics, so that their children can get engaged in architecture, so that their children in turn can get engaged in arts and poetry and culture. And this is the time, even though, I think that a part of me is an artist at heart, this is the time to take responsibility on a political scale. And that's why we're here. So, yeah, definitely. We must get absolutely engaged. We must fight in defense of liberal democracies that currently are under existential threat. And we as Europe must step up. Thank you.
Svetlana?
I'm as representative of Belarusian people who are fighting for democracy, for sure I need help. Help me to become a citizen of free, democratic, European Belarus. I want to live in Europe that is strong, that is decisive, that doesn't make concession to dictators, Europe that is based on values but not on interest, that is united but not divided. This is what I want my Belarus to be like, European country without political prisoners, without tyranny, where I can enjoy democracy and strengthen it. And as yesterday, President Zelensky said that borders of Europe must lay on the eastern borders of Belarus. So don't exclude Belarus, don't build new iron curtain between Europe and our country. Help me to return Belarus to its real family of European countries. Then I and my nation will be happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Speaking of happy, I'm happy that this is one of the few panels that ended exactly on time with 30 seconds to go. Before I hand over to Christoph, could I do 3 things? First, could I ask all of you to thank our 4 great panelists and second, for the closing, could I ask the 4 of you to find a seat in the audience, please? And lastly, let me thank all of you for having stuck along, for attending the last session, for having joined us, for having engaged so much over this weekend. It has been a true pleasure and privilege, and I say this on behalf of the entire team, to work with and for you this weekend. And dear Christoph, it has also been a particular pleasure and privilege and honor to work for you the last 3 years. And on behalf of the entire team, danke, und die Bühne gehört dir.
Thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Anscheinend gehört sie dir noch nicht ganz.
Apparently it's not quite yours yet. I think there's still some remodeling taking place.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we began this conference on Friday when the information came that there were victims of an attack here in Munich. And we end this with the news that we have received that 2 people were actually killed. And as the Munich Security Conference is very close to this city, we mourn together today these victims, and our thoughts are with the families and the loved ones of the victims, and we wish the wounded speedy recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, this was certainly one of the most significant Munich security conferences. There were more than 50 heads of state and government, roughly 150 ministers, around 30 heads of international organizations. With Ewald von Kleist, this conference started as a transatlantic conference. After the speech of Vice President Vance on Friday, we have to fear that our common value base is not that common anymore. I'm very grateful to all those European politicians that spoke out and reaffirmed the values and principles that they are defending. No one did this better than President Zelensky, who has been fighting for these values, democracy, freedom, rule of law, for the past 3 years. The message from Munich is clear. Europe is not nice to have, Europe is a must-have. As NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte said, we should stop complaining about being sidelined, but come to the table with concrete ideas and spending pledges. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the only way to actually get a seat at the negotiating table. I'm also glad that we heard some concrete ideas, including by Commission President von der Leyen, who proposed an exemption from the EU's fiscal rules for defense spending. More proposals have to follow, and I'm happy that EU High Representative Kaja Kallas brought together the EU foreign ministers this morning for an emergency meeting here in Munich, and that President Macron is preparing for a European leaders meeting for an emergency summit tomorrow in Paris. We Europeans need a plan for peace on our continent. As Kaja Kallas, this year's winner of the Kleist Prize, said last night, we should not fall into the trap of appeasement. It did not work in 1938. It will not work today. Putin smells weakness. He only reacts to strength. When you read the headlines about this conference, it might look like it was only about transatlantic relations and Ukraine. Let me remind you that it was not. 30% of the speakers on our stages were from Africa, Asia, Latin America. And we spoke about a broad range of global challenges, including climate change, which John Kerry, last year's winner of the von Kleist Prize, called the greatest challenge to mankind. We addressed energy, cyber and food security, as well as global health and economic security. One issue that I want to single out is the global gender backlash we are experiencing. It was all the more important to have gender balance on our panels, and we had this for the third year in a row, as you saw just before. Our mission is to promote peace through dialogue, and we addressed a broad range of conflicts. One of them was, of course, the situation in the Middle East, and I'm glad that our Middle East consultation group came together throughout the whole weekend. We also addressed tensions in the Indo-Pacific and the increasingly clear linkages to European security. And it was very important to me to discuss conflicts that receive less media attention here in Europe, such as those in Sudan, where we have more than 10 million refugees, the gravest crisis we have. And it was a bit hard that some of the countries responsible for this were not ready to sit on a round table. The DRC, we had a very lively debate here between the President Tshisekedi and Kagame. It became already almost a bit physical, but this is what this is about: peace through dialogue, and we had to remind people there. And we had Haiti on the agenda. It is clear that our rules-based international order is under pressure. It is my strong belief that this more multipolar world needs to be based on a single set of norms and principles, on the UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This order is easy to disrupt, it's easy to destroy, but it's much harder to rebuild. So let us stick to these values, let us not reinvent them, but focus on strengthening their consistent application. Let me conclude, and this becomes difficult.
Well, that's wonderful. I'm really excited that you reacted like this to Christoph's emotional reaction to this. Actually, I'm very much moved myself. About 5 years ago, Christoph and I started discussions about his taking over the chairmanship of this conference. And 3 years ago, for the last 3 years, he ran the conference. And Christoph, I want to say on behalf not only of all our team, but on behalf of all those who have participated over these last 3 years, what a wonderful job you have done. I've learned some years ago that pictures are much more powerful than words. So the team has actually prepared a little film which will end this event, which will express the kind of emotions, our gratitude to you, much better than I can do that with so many words. But I do want to just repeat one or two of the major new directions into which you have taken this undertaking here. One of the key words is diversity, which you've enhanced substantially. And one of the other key words, and there are a few more, is Global South. You've made an important and successful effort to take this conference, as you said, from its original transatlantic core to a more international core to a global core that includes, in very new ways, countries and personalities and the thinking of the Global South. So thank you very much for that. I now want Jens to join me with you, Christoph, on stage, because we want to. Please come forward. Here's our little images. So now this is the gift that we want to present to you, Christoph. I think you have always been one of those diplomats that are capable of seeing, even when there is a lot of doom and gloom, the silver lining, the degree of optimism, which you also expressed during this conference today. And this is a piece of art which is supposed to show the silver lining. So at this moment, before we show the film, let me pass the microphone to Jens Stoltenberg, our future chairman, to add just a few words of his own.
Thank you so much, Wolfgang, and many thanks to the Foundation Council for the trust you have placed in me. I really look forward to take up my position as the chair of the Munich Security Conference. When that will happen, I do so knowing that the conference has always been important, but in times of turmoil, in times of change, this conference is even more important. So it's a great honor to be the next chair of the conference. Then many thanks to all those who have participated, all those who attended all the meetings and panels, and not least many thanks to all our partners who have made this possible, and also to the MSC team who have organized all the practical things. Many thanks to all of you. But then, most importantly, many thanks to Christoph, because you have actually, you have made the conference stronger, broader, and better. And it is therefore, I would say, an easy task to continue based on the excellent work you have done. I am not the only one who would like to thank you. We have people all around the world who would like to send you a message, and I think actually the video is about that, hopefully. Exactly. Yeah.
Dear Ambassador Heusgen. Lieber Christoph Heusgen.
Dear Christoph.
My dear Christoph.
It is an honor to join my colleagues in congratulating Ambassador Christoph Heusgen as he completes his remarkable tenure as chair of the Munich Security